good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are. We're back at it again. More run, more bun, and more fun in run and bun. Last time we made it up to Route 113. And today, we're gonna start off by getting our encounter there. And after that, we're gonna hopefully get through the rest of Route 113. And eventually, thus get to Full Arbor. I haven't quite checked how many trainers that is. I don't have like an awful lot of time, but looking at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 fights here, alright. I also see that technically there could be 9 because of the fact that you can do the final 2 as a double battle. But for now, that's not really what I'm going to focus on. For now, I'm going to focus on the next fight. And of course, the next encounter. So, the encounter's here on Route 113. As you can see there in the top right, it is... I'm getting that for myself as well. Murkrow, Stunky, Skorupi, Coughing, Houndoom, Salazzle, Skuntank, Drapion, Yanmega, Toxel, and Toxtricity. Of those, I'm not quite sure what my preferred Mon would be. My first guess would be like another Dark type. And I think actually, to add on to that, I think I would like a Poison type. I don't have any like Poison type attackers quite yet. I've got a Moongus, but that's more bulk than power. So I think I'll most likely want to see like Skorupi, Stunky, Skuntank, Salazzle would be fine, Drapion would be fine. Yeah, Mega I probably would also not mind too much, though I do already have a Bug and Flying type. And Toxel, Toxtricity honestly would be perfectly fine as well. I think, in any case, looking at it, there's no real reason to Repel Trick. There might be a reason to get Compound Eyes, though. I've got a... I need to finish my sentence. I've got an Orbital who has Compound Eyes, and, you know, the chance of getting extra items is always valuable. So we are going to be leading with Orbital. And we're going to also bring along Nana, who has Yawn and Super Fang, making it a very good catchmon. And I'll bring, like, Janine as a general walling tool. Let's also quickly get my items bagged. Because I don't quite know what everyone has, but, you know, better to be safe than sorry. Anyway, let's get this going. Here we are. Get on the bike and get rid of the repellents. Actually, no, I'm gonna just do this running. Make sure that I have the right Mon in the front. Yup, I do. Then let's go ahead and find something. What are we getting? Salazzle. I'm okay with that. I do have a fair bit of firepower, so on that front, I'm not too fond of it. But in terms of like, it gives me access to Corrosion Toxic. It gives me just general special attacking prowess on the Poison type. So yeah, all things considered, I'm pretty content with this. Let's see what he does. Toxic, that's fine. I can switch out in a little bit. Actually, just in case, I'm gonna check what Salazzle's level of learn set would be right now. Yeah, okay, so this also has Venoshock. And again, just as a safety measure, let me see what the damage would be on Nana in here. If it's just level 32 with Venoshock. While I am toxic, Venoshock would at worst. Need to make sure that I also do a special attack nature. Okay, 90%. Okay, that is a little too much for me. I'll switch in Grant here. And see the damage from Aqua Jet is too much. I'm just gonna chuck balls then. Where are my Pokeballs? There they are. Just chuck a great ball and hope that it works. Okay. Dragon Rage. I can take 3 of those, so I'll be fine for a while. Let's go. Come on, just get in. Make it easy for me. Come on. Great ball. Get in. Please. Okay, I'm now in Dragon Rage range, so I'll need to switch out. I'll go to Wake, who can basically take the same moves. Let's see, assuming worst case, yeah, no, I cannot use any move here, attacking wise. Actually, wait, no, I can. I can use Body Press here. And even a crit will not kill. Perfect. That at least helps a bit. Close, come on. Okay, I'm not in range of any shenanigans, so I can do one more ball. Come on, just finish this. Thank you. Salazzle. Nice ability, nice Pokemon to have in general. And what to call you? A fire or poison type female gym leader. I should look up if there's anything at all. Roxy. I can get... Oh yeah, Roxy fits. Right? Yeah, I think Roxy fits decently well, right? Trying to see if there's anything else that it's like, oh yeah, sure. From the looks of it, not particularly. I mean, there's of course the... what's it called? The... Plumeria, her. And there's Clara as well. No, I think I'm just gonna go for Roxy. Roxy fits. So, welcome to the team Roxy. Just to clarify the general theming of this of these names is just gym leaders and like other notable trainers in the same vein. Elite Fours, Kahunas, Guardians, etc. But that brings me to Salazzle. What do you have? Corrosion, quirky nature, neutral nature is never wrong. And IV-wise, it's frail, but it's attacking-wise perfectly fine, quite fast. If I can get this in somewhat safely on like a fairy move or something, this is honestly pretty good. And of course the moveset is also pretty interesting. I will wait with leveling it for the very simple reason that as long as I don't need it, I won't do it yet. But this will get like a bit better moves upon leveling up. But the main thing you really have with this is a fast Encore user, a toxic setter on everything, except for like immunity mons and shit. And that's about it. So, I did prepare one fight. So I'm gonna go ahead and start that up real quick. First off, I do need to take off Salazzle. And while that is going, I should get to this screen, because the encounter list is no longer quite necessary. And that means we can go ahead and get the team for the first fight. Those are Brassius the Breloom, Ramos the Torterra, Hamilton the famous Hisuian Arcanine, and Viola. I don't need anyone else. I can bring along, like, Grant as well, as, like, insurance, but, like, in general, it shouldn't be necessary. One thing that is necessary, however, is going all the way back to Mauville, because I need to pre-poison Breloom. Now you can see my excellent biking skills for a little bit. And by excellent, I mean atrocious. Past Windstraight House, down here to Mauville, and now we can apply the poison to Brassius. Brassius has... well, I don't want to remember a move. Let's go. Not sleep. I didn't want to click sleep. Okay. Now we're gonna do it right. We're gonna want poison on Brassius. And beyond that, we will want an Oranberry on... or is it an Oranberry on Ramos? That's all we need. Good morning, Hazel. Welcome back to the stream. And up we go. And we're almost back. Here we are. Okay. Quickly get off that bike. There's the next fight. So we're gonna leave with Ramos. And these three will be the backups. And I will show the fight as it goes. Should be ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go. You want to battle with me? Even though I just caught my Pokemon? I don't think you did. based on the team you have with Heliolisk, Kecleon, and Dunsparce, which cannot be caught in this route. Heliolisk. Heliolisk has Thunderbolt, Hyper Voice, Magnarize, and Grass Knot. Now, the reason we use Ramos here instead of whatever is we want to bait the Magnarize and just hit C-Bomb. I kind of misordered it, I noticed, but it should be fine. And Giga Drain kills. He Hyper Voices me. The main reason we wanted to use Giga Drain first there was because of potential Hyper Voice shenanigans. There was a small chance it was gonna Hyper Voice there the first turn, so yeah. That's one down. Get the experience flowing, and this should bait in the Salazzle. Yup, there it is. And against Salazzle, we have Arcanine Hisui, who can take whatever move it's gonna click. And yeah, takes it just fine. It baits either, it's gonna bait a Sludge Bomb here specifically. I don't really care. I'm gonna kill with Rock Slide. I could have clicked Crunch there, but that would not have killed. So I'm not gonna do that. Hamilton is getting Poison Chip, and this should bait in the Kecleon, who's going to click Drain Punch or Power Up Punch. To that end, we're going to switch to Masquerain to take the Drain Punch or the Power Up Punch. It's probably Drain Punch, but I don't really care which it is. The main reason we go about it this way is to bait the Protean. First off, we take the Drain Punch, which is fine. And from here, we're going to pivot to Breloom. And Breloom can take the knockoff the Kecleon is going to click, and also bait it to use Shadow Sneak here. Oh, it's clicking Power Up Punch. Okay. That doesn't quite matter for me, but not exactly what I was expecting. In any case, I believe C-Bomb's highest damage. It might be Facade, though. If I'm poisoned... It is Facade that's highest damage. And considering it's a fighting type right now, I want to double check that I didn't miss anything there. It should basically always click Drain Punch on me. But it doesn't quite matter if I click C-Bomb or Facade. Actually, it does. I'm going to click Facade, because that means I'm guaranteed to handle it with a C-Bomb after, through this Drain Punch, and the recovery it gets from it. Because this now baits Shadow Sneak, because it sees that I can kill, and C-Bomb makes sure that I can still kill it through the Ghost type. And there we go. And finally, in comes the Dunsparce. We'll see it right there. I'm gonna break. And this is not gonna kill quite yet. Barely, I might add, indeed. There was a small chance for it to kill. I don't really care. I'm gonna Mach Punch for kill now. And that's the first fight done. It was a very simple fight, so it was very easy to prep for. But, you know, I had time, and therefore the next fight is gonna be the one you prep, and this was the next fight to be there. And that's the Pokemaniac down. Quickly run back for a heal. And hopefully I don't need to go all the way back to Mauville again, because that is kind of awful. get that heal in, and while that is going on, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next trainer battle, which is a Ninja Boy Leo over here, with 3 poison types. Oh yeah, she's incessant on, like, you getting the rest over and over and over and over. Anyway, first off, let me quickly get on here. That's all I need to do. Okay, so this next fight, let's go ahead and take a look at what it would do, what it would take to get it down, to take it down. Well, against the Crobat, I see a very simple solution, and that is called Arcanine again. Hamilton with a, what's it called again? The Heartstone. Just Okos. And that should bait in... I think it's just Muck, who wants to click Knockoff or Curse. Naturally, I'd prefer not to have to do that, and I think from there, the easiest way to combat it would be to go to Mamo. The alternative would be Torterra, but I see an Ice Punch, and I don't want to risk that. Same with Crook, so we go to Mamo. Stomping Tantrum 2 times for the kill. And we can take the knockoffs just fine, even if he curses up once. Because if he's at +1 defense, Stomping Tantrum... Oh, that's only a chance to KO. That does look a little scary. I guess technically I don't need an item on Arcanine, because I can just kind of Rock Slide into extreme speed. Yeah, that also kind of works, and I can just kind of Rock Slide one more time, see how much that deals, and wait it out from there. Because with that bit of Rock Slide chip, I guess I could switch in Crocodile after. Do that one Rock Slide. Oh no, I should just switch it in right away and High Horsepower twice, because even if he were to click Gunk Shot, I'd be in trouble though. Ever so slightly. But then again, the same goes for Mamo if it's knockoff. I think I'm best off just going for Crook here, right? Yup, run and bun it is. Anyway. Muck Alola. Is there maybe a pivoting line to bait certain things? As long as it's not holding an item, it's up in the air where it's Knock or Gunk. It slightly reduces the chance for it to click Curse, but whatever. If you were to go to +1... Oh, that is also a thing. No, but he'd not be a +1 attack, he'd be neutral attack still. So I'd be able to go high horsepower, and KO it that way, as long as he doesn't curse again. And if he were to Gunk Shot me on switch in, I could be in trouble actually. If he knocks me off, I wouldn't be. Oh, even then I could be. Okay, well that is annoying. Then the question is maybe I should KO the Crobat with something else. Like Mamo maybe, but... Something like that. Well... But if I were to get the KO with Mamo, that would actually bait in Wheezing instead, I guess. No, it wouldn't, because Muck would see a slow kill. Though I can guarantee it sees a slow kill, though. I guess. Okay, so here's the second idea I had, is just lead with Mamo. Ice Shard it. To bait, like, and take the Brave Bird, because even on a crit that would not kill me. And from there, that should bait in the Muckalola. And if I give it a Soft Sand... No, then it bait in the Wheezing. Clicking a random move. Or Strange Steam if I don't get crit. I'm at like 40. Yeah. Maybe Toxic, but that is fine, probably. I can switch in Orbital on that and Psychic it for the kill. I'll give it a Persim as insurance, that's fine, yeah. But that is kind of agnostic, right? That's not really... I can always switch in Orbital and always Psychic it. As long as I don't see Flamethrower, I guess. Because if I do see Flamethrower, I could be in trouble. Actually, maybe I want to see Flamethrower for the very simple reason that I can then give it Wise Glasses instead. And with Strange Steam, I can maybe... I could see that it uses that instead and confuse me. So I kind of want to see Venoshock, Flamethrower, or Toxic instead. But from there, that is a safe switch in. In the same vein, Arcanine Hisui could maybe 1v1, because it resists everything it has. Yeah, that works about equally well. Ampharos also kind of 1v1s a Crobat, of course. I think the main problem would be the Alolan Muck. So I prefer to have something that can take whatever it uses and KO it quickly so Curse doesn't let it get out of hand. Sadly, my special attackers aren't well equipped for that. And the coverage he has is surprisingly bad for me. The one thing I can maybe see is to use the newly acquired Salazzle. So let me load up my script and get Salazzle in here. Level 48 and have Flamethrower and Sludge Bomb. And what else would it have? Let me see. Pardon me. It's just those two. Okay, sure. Oh, nope, Salazzle cannot take a +1 knockoff or even a normal knockoff twice. So that's not quite the safe option I would like it to be. It is a really good option for the Weezing though. Between just being able to Toxic and Sludge Bomb or Flamethrower just kind of 2-hit KOing, it's honestly a really good option there as well. Not that I needed the option, but it's a good option nevertheless. Especially considering it can't be Toxic. Or Burnt. So actually, yeah, Salazzle is going to be the option there. So then it's just a matter of who do I use to take on that Muk. I think my best bet would be Mamo. Especially if I can guarantee to come in on a knockoff instead. That's not necessarily true. If I get knockoff crit poisoned, I would be in trouble. I can definitely bait knockoff though. And if I can bait knockoff, I can go to like Breloom, bait Gunk Shot that way. And that is that enough for me? Enough HP to spare? No, it's not. Gunk Shot would. Gunk Shot crit poison would still cause too much issues. However, no, wait. I think I see it. I think I see the line. So we pre-damage Arcanine a tiny bit to make sure that a Brave Bird on the lowest roll would cause a KO with knockoff. Preferably only knockoff. Can I guarantee that? It would be between 29%, so 48 and 86. The alternative could be that I use Ampharos instead, but that looks too volatile. So Arcanine would probably be the best option there anyway, but if I were to use that option, it would be between, what did I say, just 48 and 86. It's gonna start writing shit down. 48 to 86, and then knockoff will be the difference between knockoff and like a max roll knockoff and a mineral knockoff and a max roll Gunk Shot is, what is that, 41 and 67. So that's 20-ish. So that's way lower than... Wait, that's too high, basically. Because I don't want to see it curse. If I see it curse, I'd be in trouble. And my whole plan would kind of go off the rails. That said though, I don't think I would mind that much. There's like a few ways to go about this, right? Actually no, there is a better way. As long as I stay out of Ice Punch range, I can go to Torterra on whatever move it wants to click. Bait guaranteed Ice Punch, and then I can get in Mamo on the Ice Punch. And even if that were to crit and knockoff were to crit, and I get poisoned, which is 25% on top of it, I would be fine. And Stomping Tantrum, unboosted and boosted, would see the KO. So I just need to stay out of Ice Punch range instead. which is a lot more options I would have. It's between 20 and 67. So I need to make sure that I stay above 20 after the attack, but below... What is it? Below 67. 20 to 67. Okay. So I need to pre-damage to... What is it? So at 48 it needs to be 67. In other words, I'd need to pre-damage to 115. What was his name again? Oh yeah, Lao. I think it's time to show off the plan tab. And there's someone here, so I'm gonna quickly... Okay, so we pre-damage Arcanine and Sui to 115. And from there we... Because that makes sure that the incoming Muck will always see a kill. It would be with knockoff or gunk shot, so we can switch to Torterra. If it were to hold a Pecha, would that be fine? That would be fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we switch in Torterra holding Pecha. Guarantee bait Ice Punch. We can go to Mamo to a KO. Yes. And from there, we can handle the Weezing with Salazzle, clicking Flamethrower twice, and considering we bait Strange Steam, we give it a Person. Okay, that should work. So we... Heartstone... I don't need the Heartstone, actually, just itemless. No, we actually want to see. We want to use Heartstone, Arc H, Oko's Crobat. In comes Muck. Pivot through towards 2. Pecha towards 2. Mamo. The Pecha is purely there in case he were to gunk shot me and poison me. If I were to get knocked off and poison, I would not get in gunk shot range. I would always be only in Ice Punch range, and if I were to get... Yeah, and if I were to get gunk shotted, I would, like, live, and, like, I can cure the poison. Yes. Double check if I give this an item. It's 38, so it'd be at worst 51%, and that is outside of gunk shot range. So yes, that will work. Stop attention twice for a kill. And as insurance, does Mamo live crit Ice Punch, crit knockoff, and 2 ticks of poison? 3 ticks of poison, right. Let's see, that is, because 3 ticks of poison is 37.5%. So that would be 55, 56. Oh, that is actually still in range to kill. So then I kind of need a way to... Oh no, that is fine still. No, wait. That is still fine because I can just bring Krook as backup in case of emergency. Because if I were to get like crit Ice Punch, Poison Tick, I can take like one... I can take Ice Punch, Knockoff, and 2 Poison Ticks, so I can still switch out Muckalola from Muckalola to Krook after, and KO it with Krook instead. Yeah. If crit plus poison on Ice Punch, switch to Krook after 1 ST. There we go. And then finally in comes the Wheezing, a Persim holding Salazzle 1v1s. Persim, Salazzle 1v1s, Wheezing, Galar. And technically I could also do Arcanine and Sui if I don't want to level up Salazzle yet, but I don't see a reason not to. So I think we're ready. So here we go. Let's get the team. It's the 3 ground types. It is Hamilton. And it is our newly caught Roxy. And beyond that, I don't see anything I would need to bring. At most, I can kind of see Brassius, but... We're also gonna quickly equip the items, and we're gonna have to run back to get the poison, to get the damage ranges. I say that, but can't I kind of... I might be able to handle it differently. I might be able to do the damaging here instead. I'll see if that actually works in due time. So we're gonna switch to Hamilton, take a bit of damage, and repeat this until he's in the range I want it to be, which is 115-ish. Alright, and now we're running. And we're gonna repeat this a bit. This can poison me, which honestly would be fine as well. Keep it up. Skuntank. Night Slash. Perfect. 107 is fine. And now we're gonna give the items, which is a Persim for Roxy, who still needs to be leveled up, but we'll do it in a little bit. A Pecha for Ramos. I don't quite know the order of that, like the Poison Touch and the knockoff effect. I don't think it matters, but it doesn't matter, because I assume the worst case there, but yeah. And Hamilton gets the Heartstone, and we're gonna switch Hamilton to the front. And now we're gonna level up Roxy real quick. Okay, yep. Roxy, up to 35 where it gets Flamethrower. We're gonna say goodbye to Dragon Rage for now, and we're gonna keep going to get Sludge Bomb. It's either Flame Burst or Venoshock that's gonna go, and I wager Flame Burst is gonna be less useful for me than Venoshock. In any case, I wager Venoshock is gonna go quickly too, because I will want this to have Encore. But I'll wait a bit for that to come online, basically. And at 48, it's not going to get another move. And now we're ready to go. That means the next fight is against that ninja boy over there. And I want to make sure that I have the right lead, and I want to double check that I have everything I want. This is rocks like the Brave Bird, assuming 48 HP. Does that put it in knockoff range? Yeah, it does. And if I were to get crit by Brave Bird, 86, I would not be in Ice Punch range. 86, 106, you know I would be. Okay, but there is... Okay, well, I guess that is a risk I need to take. If nothing else, I can kind of do a similar line of play with Krook, who can take the Ice Punch if need be. But if that were to crit, I could be in trouble. We're just gonna not get crit, I guess. And it would, like, it explicitly needs like a crit max roll or something. Right? So... it needs like a crit max roll, basically. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the drawing board a tiny bit to see if I can do a slightly safer line. Because the Brave Bird... Wait, I said 48 and 67, so 115. So I need to be above 106, right? 86, and then Ice Punch is 20, so I need to be above 106. And that I am exactly, so I'm good. Yeah, I am good. Double check that I have the right lead again. I will be battle ready again. Then here we go. Out of the ashes I leap. Hiya, I challenge thee. Challenge accepted. I've got a perfectly safe fight for me here. I think. Crobat. Crobat here will just click its highest damaging move between Brave Bird, Sludge Bomb, Heat Wave, and Giga Drain. That's Brave Bird. We Rock Slide for the kill. We have a Heartstone equipped to make sure that Rock Slide kills. It wasn't even necessary, but yeah. That's one down, and this will bait in the Muck, who will see a slow kill with, in this HP range, only knockoff. And because it's gonna click knockoff, I'm gonna go to Clay instead, as a tiny bit of a safety assurance. I can go about it slightly differently and work just fine as well. This way or the other way didn't quite matter, you know? Knockoff deals absolutely pitiful damage, but it can also poison me, which is annoying. And at this HP range, an Ice Punch crit would kill me, but it will always click Ice Punch, so I can go to Candace on the Ice Punch. There we go, Ice Punch. And it poisoned me as well. Goody. But it wasn't a crit, and that was actually the reason it could go awry. I'm gonna Stomping Tantrum. Puts it very, very low. It's gonna knock off on me. I kind of figured it would knock off, but I wasn't quite 100% sure on that. Doesn't really matter. From here, the Stomping Tantrum kills. And that's the muck down. And now we're gonna go on to the final one, which is the Galarian Wheezing. There he is. And Galarian Wheezing here should click Venoshock, I wager, considering I am poisoned. It's probably actually still Strange Steam. That still should be the highest damaging move. Doesn't matter, Roxy can take whatever move Wheezing Galar is gonna use. Strange Steam, right? Yep, okay. And that could confuse me, but in case it did, I had a Person and Flamethrower 2 AKOs. While Wheezing can really not do anything back to me. And that is one tick of Black Sludge, I don't care. Flamethrower, and we're saying goodbye. We got it. Thank you, next. And that's another one down. Honor, I admit defeat. Lots of hair. There is the next trainer. I'm gonna wait a little bit to see what I need to do there. That looks scary at the first glance, but first let me show it off. It is Picnicker Sophie, who has Sticky Web, Slurpuff, a Licky Licky, an Appleton, and an Alchemy. So basically, it wants to outspeed you thanks to the Sticky Web. Let's quickly run back and heal over here. And after that, let's go ahead and take a look at what this fight entails for us. Here he is. Are they still tired? No, they're not. And then we're gonna go back to Calking, and in the meantime, I'm gonna quickly get a new tab for this one. It's, what was it called again? Sophie. So, there we go. So, Sophie is leading with the Slurpuff, and I quickly already am very thankful of my Salazzle pickup, because with the Poison Barb that I have, Slurpuff is OHKO'd by Salazzle, negating the Sticky Web. Poison Barb, Salazzle. I'll put this a little bit like that. Poison Barb, Salazzle, OHKOs. What is it? Slurpuff. That's one. What would that bait in? I wager it's Licky Licky, clicking Double Edge. Licky Licky comes in and wants to Double Edge me. Torterra can take that honestly quite fine. And it will always only see Double Edge as the highest damaging move, even if it has an item. So I can just kind of stall with Synthesis, right? I am faster, so yeah. That works, and then eventually we can just kind of Earthquake or whatever. Torterra 1v1s. Honestly, that's really all it is. That should be followed up with Alchemy, who sees fast out damage. No. It won't see fast out damage. And Appleton would see an out damage. I'm really starting to regret teaching Mamoswine Avalanche and not Ice Fang. But whatever. But no, I can generally ensure that against Torterra the Alchemy comes in, right? Because I can ensure it through making sure I'm low enough to be KO'd by Mystical Fire, right? If I make sure I end at, what is that, 66 HP? I can ensure it, though I would come in on a Mystical Fire with Salazzle, which lowers my special attack. Meaning Sludge Bomb all of a sudden might knock to a KO through the Calm Mind. Can I bait Draining Kiss somehow, maybe? Yes, I could. I can use Kingdra for that. If I get Kingdra at like half HP, then a Mystical Fire dealing 7, so I'd go down to 60. I guarantee to see Draining Kiss, and then Salazzle can come in safely. And with the Poison Barb 1v1s. And we'll always kind of handle it that way. And finally, in comes the Appleton, who would Dragon Pulse me. And I can't quite handle that. And because I am poisoned, or I am -1 on special attack most likely, I would actually be in trouble, and Dragon Pulse could crit kill me, so I don't want to do that quite yet. So Torterra 1v1s. In, get below 66 HP. In comes, what is it again? Alchemy. Pivot to 50% HP Kingdra, so 67 HP Kingdra. Bait Draining Kiss. Pivot to Salazzle. 1v1 with Sludge Bomb. In comes Appleton, and there I will need to do something. Because with the damage from Draining Kiss and Mystical Fire, I could pre-damage myself ever so slightly to guarantee Dragon Pulse, but I don't know how that would help me. Because I don't quite see a good way to KO the Appleton, right? The closest would be the Avalanche, but I'm slower, so... The alternative would be to, like, get a tiny bit of chip on the Appleton, like, basically 30%-ish. If it were to be at 70%, it should never recover on anyone. But it can Leech Seed, which... how much HP would that heal? Let me double check that. Leech Seed, it's like an 1/8, right? Yeah. So he'd heal for 21. So he'd need to be at minimum, if I give it the Never Melts Ice though, I literally only need a tiny bit of chip. So if I can get something in that can take a hit and do like the teensiest bit of chip. Or I just switch an Orbido and 1v1 it with that. The one issue is if it gets a special defense boost. Is that true? If I were to Bug Buzz once, he'd go to like 30%. He'd be at 32% at minimum. And the Starve if it gives a special defense boost. Bug Buzz would still kill. I could give a Silver Powder to confirm it. Sure. That kind of guarantees that the combination of two Bug Buzz's kills. Because either I get +2 special defense and it's whatever. Oh, but because I'm faster, and he is able to Dragon Pulse, if he gets the special tech boost and gets a crit, I would have it be KO'd, so I don't want to see that either. Sorry, I do kind of need to go for that chipping line. A wager. That Starveberry in particular just kind of throws a wrench, right? Oh, that is interesting. Auxiliary might actually come in clutch here. That's a first. Because if I can get it in on a Dragon Pulse, which, considering the pivoting I've done thus far, would basically be guaranteed. I can switch an Auxiliary on Dragon Pulse, even if it crits, it would not KO Auxiliary, and with Never Melt Ice, I would actually OHKO with Auxiliary against Appleton. Huh. Okay, that looks safe, right? Let's go over this one more time so I don't miss anything. Unburdened Citrus Berry, Salazzle, OHKOs with the Poison Barb Boost Sludge Bomb. Because it's so at full HP, that will bait in the Licky who has a slow out damage. Appleton would have no out damage, and Alchemy would not have an out damage. So he would double edge. We switch to Torterra who can take it. And we 1v1 and make sure that we're below 66 HP, but above 39. Get 39 to 66 HP. Yeah, and if I make sure that I'm within those ranges, which I can generally make sure through like Synthesis, Giga Drain, whatever, I can guarantee that Alchemy comes in. Actually, no, I need to be 57 to 66 HP. Which is a bit more specific. But if it's not that, I would bait in Appleton. And I'd prefer not to have that happen. Is that true? Yes, that is true. Because I will see a random attacking move and I don't have a good switch in for that. But that is very specific. Can I guarantee that? Let's go over this a little bit. If you were to like double edge on switch in, I'd take 55 to 66, then 110 to 132, and 110 is outside the range already, but I would be able to Giga Drain once or something. Maybe Synthesis after. if I get the kill with Giga Drain on like a decent HP after taking 2 double edges, I might be able to get that off. But I don't think... I think that's a little too specific. So so let's go about it in the way that I bait the Appleton instead. Wait, no. I don't need to be between 57. I just need to be below 66 because Alchemy outspeed. So to be a fast kill, even if this also sees a kill, it'd be a slow kill. So whatever. Still get between... What was this again? 39. So that's fine. That's actually doable. Oops. There we go. Yeah, so make sure that I am between 39 and 66 HP. That's generally something I should be able to handle. Between Synthesis and Giga Drain, I should be able to get in that HP range. I'll give it I'll give it a Miracle Seed to make the damage of Giga Drain a tiny bit more and give myself a little bit more recovery. That helps in staving off the double edges. In comes Alchemy. I need to make sure that I pivot to a Kingdra who would be at 67 HP, or 69 HP would be fine. But whatever. As long as I'm like below 50% basically. And in doing that pivot, I guarantee Beta Draining Kiss. I can get Salazzle on the Draining Kiss and Sludge Bomb kills. Finally, Appleton comes in. Appleton will see a kill with Dragon Pulse most likely. And if not, it Leech Seeds. I don't really care which of the two. I go to Octillery. Appleton. Switch to Octillery. Never Melts Ice. Ice Beam. Okos. And I outspeed. So, yeah, this looks good. Yeah, this looks good. So we're ready. Let's get the team and let's get Remoraid leveled up. What did I call Remoraid again? Lana. So it's... Hamilton can sit this one out. I need Claire. Candace is not necessary. Did I miss any items? Lumberry, Starf, leftovers. Yeah, no, I didn't. I might want to double check that the Poison Barb... Yeah, no way. No way it doesn't. Never mind. Then we go... Who am I missing? No one. It's just these 4 that I need. And if I would need backup, it would be... Candace. And... Hamilton, I guess? There we go. And that's everyone. We're gonna quickly give you the Poison Barb. Poison Barb? Ramos doesn't need anything, but I will give it the Miracle Seed as like insurance. Claire doesn't need anything. Alana does need the Never Melt Ice. There we go. And these two I will just not give an item to, because they shouldn't be necessary. Alright. First things first. I'm gonna give an Everstone to Lana. For the very simple reason that I only need to evolve it at like 48 or something. What was it again? Remoraid. I want to evolve it at 42. I think. Auxiliary. The one thing I would be missing out on is Soak, I guess. Hiya. But do I really need Soak? I mean, there's an argument for it, but it's not an auxiliary who's kind of frail. So, yeah, I'm fine. I would also lose out on Ring Out and Bind, but both of those are whatever moves. Yeah, so we can just kind of start spamming candies on Lana. Lana's gonna go all the way up. Think about panels. Panels in what sense? Because if you mean panels like the panels that are my background right now, the panel to pawn panels, I like those. Else I would not have chosen that for my background. Beyond that, I'm not quite sure what you mean. 28, 29, Signal Beam. I'll just get something out real quick. Ice Beam. And we're gonna go up to get Bullet Seed. Now this is the one thing where I'm kind of like pondering. The good thing about Bullet Seed specifically is that it helps me against water types. And Signal Beam would be better against like the Customize Social Edits to your About section. Ah. Sure, no, go ahead. I'll look at it after the stream, all right? I like I said last time, I think you didn't send it after the stream last time, but I'll look after the stream. Bullet Seed or Signal Beam. I think I'll just go Bullet Seed because that was what I had in mind. The only issue is like it's less consistent, but it's specifically good against water types, which this can help me again with. So I'll get, yeah. And finally, we're going to go to 42, where he gets Hydro Pump. Over Bubble Beam. And then we can give it back its actual held item in the Nevermelt Ice. And finish leveling it up to get ourselves an auxiliary. There we go. Hello, auxiliary. And at 48, it's ready. Now the one thing I need to do is to get Claire to the right HP amount. So that is what we're going to work on next. And that means we go into grass again and try and do it this way. Hopefully that works just fine. Coughing. Can coughing boom on me? Do I care if it booms on me? No, it cannot boom on me. Okay, so we're good. Oh, I get poison. Perfect. That makes it a lot easier. So we're just gonna kind of do this. See, 62, so that is fine. This is where we use an antidote. And we're good to go. Double check that I have the right items. Poison Barb, Miracle Seed, nothing, Nevermelt Eyes. Yep. Roxy's the lead. Then we're ready to go. Time for the next fight. Here we go. The warmth here is making me drowsy. Battle with me so I can stay awake. I'm not the most awake either, so not sure how I can help you, but I can help you with a battle. So Slurpuff here. Thanks to the Poison Barb, we're holding Roxy Okos with Sludge Bomb. Bye-bye. It's one down. And that is Licky Licky, clicking Double Edge. Ramos 1v1s. And I need to make sure I stay between 39 and 66 HP. So we're gonna lead this off with a Giga Drain. While Licky Licky should always Double Edge. I'm in 66 HP and I will Giga Drain again. Double Edge here at most deals 66, so I was safe anyway, but and I will Synthesis, and I think I'm then in range. That is one off. Really? Okay, Synthesis one more time. Okay, so I didn't quite get what I wanted. Then the question is, would that matter? If I'm at 89 HP, 50, then its chances still hurt me, but wait, don't I add? Oh no, I don't add speed into a KO. That's the issue. How to handle this? I think the safest line of play I have here is to get to full, maybe? Or maybe I can do like a Candace pivot. How much does Double Edge do to me? Oh, never mind. That won't work. Hamilton, maybe? No, there's no way Hamilton would take enough damage. I think my best bet is to Synthesis and go about it slightly differently. Take the Double Edge. I'm at 109. Okay. They should still bait in the Alchemy, I think. It baits the Appleton. That was the issue, right? And I can see both Dragon Pulse and Apple Acid. I think my safest line of play is... Because... this was basically what I wanted to dodge, right? I guess you should have taken the Double Edges and not gone that high. now what? I can... I'm guessing... Hisuian Arcanine is my Hamilton is probably my best switch in. On whichever move it wants to use. Dragon Pulse, okay, I think that's better. I don't have a safe switch in is the issue. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna Flamethrower here. Okay, he clicks Leech Seed on me. Maybe I can guarantee a... Wait, Dragon Pulse crit into... Dragon Pulse crit would kill me now. Okay, so I cannot stay in. But I don't have a switch in. Ramos is the closest to a switch in I have, but it's just not, right? Okay, well this is a very precarious situation. Because the issue is, while Appleton is more likely to click Dragon Pulse on me against Arcanine, it can click Apple Acid. Especially with me being seated. Because it's not going to click Leech Seed anymore. It's just going to click nothing. It's like 25% chance to Apple Acid, and that is scary. Because if he crits me on Mamo, or if he clicks it anyway on Ramos, I'm screwed. I think my safest line of play here is... It's at how much HP... How high is the percentage on it? 70. Okay. That means it shouldn't ever recover, right? No. So, I guess the safest line I have here is to go to Candace. Hope that she doesn't Apple Acid crit me, which is a 1 in 4, so 1 in 16, 1 in 64. It's a 1 in 64 to guarantee get through this. Whereas with Lana, the odds are a lot lower for me. So, and with the HP it's at, Ice Shard will kill. That said though, Lana's a lot less valuable. Okay, I'm gonna risk it with Candace. 1 in 64. This goes awry. If it does, well, crap, but... Apple Acid? No, please? Okay, we're good. We are good. Because Ice Shard hit kills. Oof. Oh, how did I miss that? No, I didn't miss it. I just screwed it. Okay, well, this is the Alchemy last. And with me at 18 HP, it's clicking a random attacking move between Draining Kiss and Mystical Fire. And I think I'm just gonna go for a Roxy switch, and if I get in trouble, I've got like a few backups. Okay, Mystical Fires, whatever. I was overcomplicating this fight specifically because of the fact that he can call mine on me, that's true, but I also just kind of shouldn't care too much. Especially if I get a poison. Okay. Okay, so now I'm at -2. And Sludge Bomb will still kill it. Not to mention, I now have a higher damaging move in Venoshock. Okay. Okay, well, we made it out. And we made it out decently safe. This is a dream? Okay, if you say so. What do you have? Fun walking through the grass, sure. So, the one thing I know is there's an item here, and it is the poison gem. Okay, good to know, good to have. And we're gonna continue. And get a quick heal in before we go look at the next fight. 3 down. What did I say? 6 to go? 6 to go. Oh dear, are they still tired? No, they're not. Please stop. And now we can go ahead and look at the next fight, which is against Ninja Boy Lung. Okay, that is Lung, I guess is supposed to be how you say that. I don't know. In any case, let's go ahead and see what we can do against it. That is here. I'm gonna quickly get a new plan tab. Lung, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Okay. So first off, we have the Seviper. Pardon me. And with the Wise Glass, I see a kill with Orbital. I also see one maybe with Raichu, but yeah, with Raichu, I can do it as well when I outspeed. But first, let's reset this and go take a look. Raichu is my first instinct against the Seviper. Just fake out into Psychic Wood Kill. I do see that I still have the wrong electric move, but that is not really relevant. Not too relevant, at least. So yeah, that would bait in Excelgor, clicking Bug Buzz. And then... oh, that's interesting. It has Water Shuriken, and that is a problem. So how can I solve that problem? I can definitely bring in Talonflame. Problem is, why would it click Water Shuriken there? What's the Final Gambit AI? Maybe that's good to check. Final Gambit. if a damaging move kills. Moxie. Explosion, final gambit. What's the final gambit AI? If AI mon is faster and a strictly higher current HP number than the player mon, plus 8. If above is not true and AI is faster and dies to player mon, plus 7, else plus 6. So... okay, I think I understand it. I just don't know if, like... okay, what did it say here? They will just never get the plus 6 or plus 8 boost from making the highest damaging move. Okay, so maybe... rather than... trying to outdamage it, I need to somehow bait final gambit. And with a tiny bit of chip, I might be able to do that with Salazzle. Though Water Shuriken is an issue there, so I need something else. Trying to see what would be a good switch in there then. Oh, it would actually be Masquerain, right? Because... then, if I take one Bug Buzz, I'd be... like somewhere between 64 and 75, so let's just say... I'd be at 60% HP. Moves are explosion, final gambit, and rollout. Oh, so final gambit is just always plus 6, plus 7, or plus 8. And I don't know which. So I cannot guarantee that things go right. So I need to find a kill or a strong damage without being scared of what it does. And I don't know how I would do that. I know Salazzle can come in on the Bug Buzz, but then he's gonna guaranteed click Water Shuriken on me. And that can also hit 4 or 5 times. Right? Yeah, 2 to 5 times is... well, not guaranteed, but likely. I guess I could switch in Kingdra and Waterfall it, but wait, no, no, that's it. Wait, because it has a Life Orb. Because and then I'd be doing 1, 2, 3 hits, and with Muscle Band, Waterfall, it's a range to kill, but it can kill. And in the case that there's also a likely case that Excelgor would final gambit me there. Okay, I think I know my line then. It's just baiting moves until I can maybe get a KO with like extreme speed or something. That's probably the safest. And there's a pivoting line between, like... I was gonna say Excelgor, but I think... Or, I was gonna say Torterra, but maybe not Torterra. Oh no, there's a better one. It's between Talon and Torterra. And then eventually I can switch in Hisuian Arcanine on the... on anything but Water Shuriken. AKA Bug Buzz. Oh no, I can't switch it on a Focus Blast. And if I get in Focus Blast range, I'd be in trouble. Do I have other priority that could work? I've got Aqua Jet here. And if I can bait it in on a Water Shuriken, that'd be fine. But then I have like these three just for Excelgor, which, not great. But there is just a line of play there that kind of holds up for a while. I think. Right? Does it not? I think it does. So let's go over this. Let's one by one this. Oh. Oh. Okay, well, I'd be at like 85. I mean, that is fine. Besides, after that one, he'd be at 90%. So then final Gambit here. Or Water Shuriken, then he'd be at 80. But he'll see a kill with Bug Buzz, so then I go back here, take the second Bug Buzz, he'd be at 70. I should be able to take another Water Shuriken, so he'd be at 60. See another Bug Buzz, he'd be at 50, and I would be at like 40. Then I switch to... So one... Let's go... Double checking. Like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And at any point in time, he could just kind of click Final Gambit on me. There's also the option of using Masquerain instead, but that doesn't quite work out the way I wanted to. I could also use Salazzle instead of Talon, which works about equally well. No, slightly worse, ever so slightly worse. Or Hisuian Arcanine. But if I'd have to take 2 full Water Shurikens, I would be in range of Focus Blast. Though... I would still see... 164, so... I take 100, so I'd be at 64, 74. Ooh, that is barely in range. Not the Focus Blast that much worse for Talonflame, though, then 3 crits would spell trouble. 69, 38, 38, so 60, 76. 76, 69, so 70, 75, 145. With an Orin, I would be fine. But then it is possible I switch in Octillery on Bug Buzz, and I don't want to have that happen. Then again, I was gonna say Arcanine and Sui can come in instead, but that doesn't work as Water Shuriken. Though if I guarantee, if I give this a Stoke Scarf, I'd only need to see 4 ticks of damage, and if I can make sure that I come in on a Bug Buzz, I would be fine. So can I guarantee that? Let's go down the line. If I'm at 100%, if he's at 100%, and Raichu is the lead, which is probably what's going to happen. I would see, first and foremost, a Bug Buzz into Talonflame. Talonflame, even on a crit, should not fear that too much. He'd go to 90% HP. And I would go to, what is it? Oh, Leech is still clicked here. That's not what's supposed to happen, but Bug Buzz crit. At worst, I'd be at 38 down, so I'd be at 99, so let's say 100. 99. That means he's still most likely to click Final Gambit, but if not, he's clicking Water Shuriken. I can go to Excelgor on the, I can go to Torterra on the Water Shuriken. And in the worst case, I'd see 5, 50%, 50 HP. So I'd be at 114 here. And he would be at 80. Then he's guaranteed to Bug Buzz again. I can go back to Talonflame. Take the Bug Buzz. And then at worst, I'd be at like, what is it? 60? 61? And he would be down to 70 HP. Then he would see a kill with the Water Shuriken, even with 3 hits. Yes. He would still knock like another move. So I can go back to Torterra on the second Water Shuriken. But he's also might Final Gambit me there, but that would not kill me. Would that not kill me? That could kill me. Because Final Gambit and Water Shuriken combined to 50 and 98. So that's 1. Wait, no, I'm fully wrong. Never mind. I would live that. Okay. So I'd still be fine there. And see potentially another. I'd see it go down to 60, and then he's always gonna Bug Buzz me. And at worst, I would be at 64 HP. But then I can also make it go to 74. So that is still a small chance of Focus Blast, but that's assuming 5 hits, max rolls on everything. And what else was there? Yeah, max rolls on everything. And it hasn't clicked Final Gambit yet. all three of those things would have to go correct. So then finally we go to Arcanine on the Bug Buzz, and with the Silk Scarf, interesting. Wait a second. There is an alternative here, though. There is another alternative. And, okay, I'm gonna pursue that one, because I think that one might be safer. So we switch to Talonflame on that first Bug Buzz. So, first, Fake Out plus... it's time to start writing, so let's get the plan up. Fake Out plus Psychic from Raichu A KOs. KOs the Viper. So, Fake Out plus Psychic, KOs Viper. In comes... what's he called? Excelgor. Clicks Bug Buzz. Switch to Talon on Bug Buzz. 90%. And I would be at like, let's say 80, but 90% chance to Final Gambit or Shuriken. Else Shuriken. Switch to Raichu, who is guaranteed to take the Water Shuriken just fine, and also lives the Final Gambit at 90% HP. And then we can Fake Out for some extra chip. So he'd be at 80, then he'd be at like, let's say 60. He's gonna click Bug Buzz again. I can go to Arcanine then. Take the Bug Buzz and Extreme Speed for kill because he'd be at 50. And I'd give a Silk Scarf, so I'd be fine. Switch to Arcanine. I can also kind of do the same thing, but I go to Talonflame instead. Right? That kind of works too. But I don't think it matters in the sense that it won't matter if I do it this way. Switch to Hark, E-Speed for kill, Silk E-Speed for kill. And at every point in time, I would see Greninja come in, who... Do I have a good answer to that? No. Because everything that can hurt it is something I cannot hurt it with. And unlike before, I do not have the luxury of Life Orb Chip. So unless I know what move I would bait, which, granted, there is a way for me to see that because I kind of guarantee a lot. I can kind of guarantee a lot. Oh, interesting. Not that that's something I would want, but... So, first let's take a look at what would happen, right? If he were to KO me on Talonflame, I'd be low and I'd see random move. If at any point in time he were to be clicking... what's it called? Final Gambit, I would see a random move. Is there a way for me to make sure that he doesn't? Not really. Not safely, at least. So I need to find a pivoting line that kind of works irrespective of the move he clicks. So the first move is just kind of safe for me. And the closest to safe for that would be Caracosta, I think. Probably. Though if I get crit on the low kick, I guess this is where I would use the citrus, but I prefer not to. In comes... Grenin, of course. Now, there's one thing I could maybe do, because Talonflame is only going to switch in once, right? So there might be a way for me, if I can barely 15.3, 27.7, 12.4, 12.4. Yeah, I can barely guarantee Water Shuriken while not baiting Focus Blast on Talonflame, meaning I can make sure that this line always happens. Right? Okay, so breaking it down. If I were to switch in, I do the right shoe. I switch to Talon. I would see the Bug Buzz guaranteed, because it will see a kill with Bug Buzz and therefore not click Final Gambit. I will go to Talonflame. If I were to be at, what is 63, 32? Oh, that's not entirely true because Bug Buzz could have the special defense drop. But if he Focus Blast, that's fine too. Right? Yeah, but it could be Bug Buzz instead then. So -1. I'd need to be at 63, 32, so 95. Then take the Bug Buzz. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't be at that. I should be at 63, 21, so 84. But if I get crit, high roll Bug Buzz into special attack drop, special defense drop, 38. So I'd be at 46. And at -1. Yeah, then it's a random move. Okay. So that's not as safe as I would want it to be. Can I take 5 Water Shuriken crits? That's then the follow-up question. I cannot. So I kind of have to go about it that way then, huh? So I kind of have to do this line as it is, and I cannot guarantee safe moves. Or can I? Because if I only have to take one, .1%, 47, so I'd be at 83. That is barely in focus blast range, come on. But also, I would need to be at exactly 80% too, so okay, but I can guarantee that it's not bug buzz then, right? 47 plus 70, so that is 117. No, so I cannot guarantee it. So that doesn't quite work either. Then is there anything else that I could use instead? I was gonna say maybe Pyroar, but no. So an Arcanine. That baits Focus Blast guarantee. It could. After one Bug Buzz, he'd be at like 80 at worst. Wait, I'm doing this, but I'm saying that with Salazzle, but wouldn't I just kind of not bait Bug Buzz still? If I'd be at 104, crit Bug Buzz, 39, like 47. Yeah, I can take like a Bug Buzz into a non-crit Bug Buzz, because then if I take the 47, I'd be at 60, 57. And at -1, that would never bait Bug Buzz, so I can do the pivoting line that guarantees it. Guarantees I don't see Final Gambit by going through it that way. And I'd see Focus Blast on Raichu instead, but that's fine. So, okay. In comes Xelgor, clicks Bug Buzz. We switch to Salazzle on Bug Buzz, 90%. Salazzle at 104 HP. Baits. Water Shuriken. Or Focus Blast if crit. Like, it could be Focus Blast, but basically baits Water Shuriken. Switch to Raichu. 80%. We fake out and we bring it down to 60-ish%. Like, in practice, it's maybe a tiny bit less, but 60-ish%. We switch to Arcanine on the guaranteed Bug Buzz. Bring it down to 50%, maybe like 52, but like 50%. And then with the Silk Scarf, Extreme Speed deals 60%, and that is fine. E-Speed kills. baits Bug Buzz. Like, it should always bait Bug Buzz. Even if this somehow Focus Blast crit into special defense drop, no. It would always bait Bug Buzz. And Arcanine can take the Bug Buzz and KO with E-Speed. So I know what's in and at how much, basically. This way. I'd be at like... what was it? 80 to 75%. At 80%... it's most likely... I can guarantee it's one of two moves now, at least. Low Kick or Water Shuriken. And... Mungus can come in on the Low Kick or the Water Shuriken. Maybe get an Effect Spore off. If not, whatever. Bates Acrobatics. My best switch in for Acrobatics is like... Caracosta, probably? Or Arcanine. As long as I can deny him of Gunk Shot, which... even if I do... even if I don't... no, that would be trouble. So, in comes Grenin. That's where we are now. If Grenin comes in, we can see... in comes Grenin. Clicks... what is it? Water Shuriken, Low Kick. Raichu will be at like half HP. Salazzle will be at like 60%, 50%, something like that. So both of them will basically be out of commission for the rest of the fight. There's a tiny argument that Raichu can take Water Shuriken if he's... no, let's not risk that. Besides, I don't think I want that for pivoting purposes. If he is... flying type? No, not ice. Flying. Interesting. Interesting. I think I know how to handle this, but I'm not quite sure. I think it boils down to getting Mamo in at the right time. So okay, so first turn, when Arcanine is switched in, like when Greninja is switched in, Water Shuriken Low Kick, a Moon takes, and baits Acro. Raichu can come in on the Acrobatics. Probably. Not important for now. It's Acro. And I can either switch to, like, Caracosta on the Acrobatics. No, that doesn't quite work. Maybe Dreadnought on the Acrobatics? Because then neither can crit. Okay, no, never mind. Wait, no, that would still work, actually. That still works with what I have in mind. Probably. Yeah, okay, I think I see a line, but I need to walk through this properly. Because at every point in time, I have a chance to fake out with Raichu Alola if I can bring it in on low kick. And low kick only. And a Never Melts Ice Shard will deal 76.6, so I need to get 2 fake outs out. Preferably. Not to mention, there's a chance of Amoonguss getting the Effect Spore off. If that happens, it becomes a lot simpler, but from there, we'll see. Water Shuriken low kick. We go to Amoonguss. We bait Acrobatics. We go to Caracosta. We bait low kick. We can go to Raichu, take the low kick, fake out. That baits Gunk Shot. Or if I'm too low, Acrobatics. Either way, both are fine. We can switch to Caracosta again. And still basically always bait low kick. Is that true? Yes. This is like 60%. Yes, I would still always bait low kick. I can take a second fake out. I can go back, do a second fake out, take like bait on a low kick, go again for the basically Gunk Shot or Acrobatics. Is that always true? If there's that Focus Blast line, I'd be taking 31, 31. 5 Water Shurikens probably more, right? I'd still see Water Shuriken actually, so no, I cannot quite do what I have in mind. Yeah, no, what I have in mind doesn't quite work. Because if he Water Shurikens me and gets like 5 crits, I'd be in trouble. Then again... maybe I can get like a pivoting line going if I get, instead of Salazzle, I can use Masquerain. Yeah, that can definitely work. That could definitely work. 1 second. The problem is Bug Buzz. Oh no, I can take the Bug Buzz, but it would still be the move that gets clicked after. So that doesn't quite work out. I think. And besides, I'd be getting the final Gambit pivot, the final Gambit shenanigans going then. Maybe if I can... No, never mind. 69. No, I cannot afford. Because optimally, I get Mammoth Swine in on Greninja, Ice Shard kill. Or at least, like, with, like, 25% chip, that would kill. And I'd have to Ice Shard it for the kill, else I don't manage. I say that, but if I were to come in on Acrobatics crit, I'd be at like 40%, and there's a chance for it to Water Shuriken me. So even that doesn't work out. Mightyena coming in on a Water Shuriken, maybe? But that has to be very specific. And besides, that's not really enough damage to matter. So I need to find something that can take the hits alright. But I don't think I have something for that. The closest would be if I can do like some Intimidate shuffling, right? If I can somehow Intimidate shuffle him to like -1, -2, then Kingdra evidently walls it, kind of. And so long as I don't get Water Shuriken, which I will never be. No, but I cannot use Kingdra because of crits. So instead it would be Dreadnought with a Rock Tomb in tow. I'd have to take like a Gunk Shot or an Acrobatics, then 2 low kicks. With a Citrus, if I can come in on not Gunk Shot or Water Shuriken, I think I'm fine. I say that, but potentially. Because the 2 low kicks and an Acrobatics would kill me. Gunk Shot would too. But at -1, I do have an outspeed in Raichu, but because he knows I can, he wouldn't Water Shuriken me. Granted, I can just kind of fake out. In the same vein, there's Krook, but 5 Water Shurikens would be too much for it, so Ampharos. What is Ampharos' moveset again? Because if it has the Thunder Wave, then all of a sudden that becomes really interesting. I do still have Thunder Wave, I don't have Signal Beam. So I could paralyze the Greninja, but I'd have to come in on something. and I'd be at a risk still. So that's not an option either. What's the moves on Amoongus? Where is him? Oh, there. I have Synthesis. I don't have a way to status it then. There's also Breloom's Mach Punch that can kinda do stuff, but the second he no longer is a Dark type, which is like instantly, Mach Punch is no longer threatening. And while yes, I would bait Acrobatics, guarantee an Acrobatics there, to that. Then I guarantee a Low Kick, which I can take with the Raichu. Fake Out, bait Gunk Shot though. Or Acrobatics, I guess. Arcanine could take that, bait another Water Shuriken or Low Kick. Go down the same line again. The problem is I could be too low. The problem is I could be too low due to Water Shurikens. Granted, I don't need an item on Raichu, so I can kind of mitigate that with a Citrus. To 70, so I'd be at 60. And at 60, it's... I'd take a Low Kick, which at worst would deal 31, so I'd be at 29, and then all of a sudden it's a random move. So that's an Oran. And a Citrus would be... 120 divided by 4 is 30, so 32 HP I'd get, so I'd have 22 extra. Which is 51. And then it's Gunk Shot or Acrobatics, and then I'm fine. Because then I can take that with Arcanine. Can I? I take the Bug Buzz on a crit 37. Then 40. So I could get in range 37, 40. 77, so I wouldn't be in range for Acrobatics even then. Though if I get poisoned, I would be, and I do need that Silk Scarf. But then instead, I could go with the Caracosta immediately on the Gunk Shot. So I take Acrobatics and Gunk Shot. So I'd always be out of range of, so I'd always see Low Kick. Go back one more time, Fake Out, then after that one, worst case scenario, I would see Random Move. But that's only in the absolute worst case. I would see Random Move, but the Random Move could very well not be... would most likely not be Low Kick. Granted, I cannot take a Water Shuriken with Caracosta. How about Dreadnought instead? I'd take a little more damage. And there's a much higher likelihood of it clicking Water Shuriken then, right? No, it's not. No, not at all. Because of no crits, I can guarantee it's low kick. And he can take the Water Shuriken much more safely. So I'd have fake out, fake out. And then... Wait, no, this doesn't work because I would need to come in and exclusively gunk shot, which I cannot guarantee with this team. I can only guarantee that it's not acrobatic, so that doesn't quite work out. Or I can only guarantee acrobatics or low kick, maybe Water Shuriken. This Greninja is rough, really. If it's... I always come in on acro. No, but no, never mind. No. Guarantee fake out. Fake out. There's also the option of, like, just going for Effect Spore. But I don't think that will work out, right? I guess if he's paralyzed and that comes in acrobatics, he would Water Shuriken me. CB... Fighting type. Acrobatics. Then he'd be a flying type, and that means he Water Shurikens me. I don't know how long that would take. $90, $180. No, that's not an option either. Maybe if I use Masquerain instead of Amoonguss. Problem is that cannot really take the Water Shurikens all too well. To the point where if I were to get hit too hard by the Water Shurikens, I would still see that move. But with -1, then I guarantee here. If it's not paralyzed, it's healthy. I cannot guarantee low kick, but I can if it goes to Dreadnought instead. Okay, that might be my out there. So then I bring it down to -2 because I guarantee another low kick. And if I were to come in on like the water shuriken, hitting like too many times with a crit, 110, I'd be at 25. After the first one, it would be a random move between those three. And I don't want to take the water shuriken with Dreadnought, realistically. But with a citrus equipped, I get 33 HP back in the worst case scenario, so I'd be at 58. Meaning I see Gunshot or Acrobatics, and that I can switch in on with maybe even Isui and Arcanine. But if not, then like Dreadnought. But Dreadnought is probably the better option, because that guarantees low kick. I can go back, take a second, like take the low kick, I don't really care. It would deal, even if it's worth a crit, it would deal like pitiful damage, like 6, okay, 52. I'd see, again, Acrobatics, maybe Gunshot. There's like, it's basically always Acrobatics. So I would go to Dreadnought on the Acrobatics. So that's 2 Acrobatics I would take. And it's low kick or maybe Water Shuriken. I Rock Tomb once. Pardon me. And then after 2 Acrobatics and a low kick, I'd at worst be at 40, 50, 60, 70%, so I would be in Water Shuriken range. 66. And we also actually see, of course, that it's fighting type. So Rock Tomb would deal minimal damage. But from there, Kingdra could come in on the low kick, but if it crits, I'd be in trouble. But Kingdra could be the backup there. If he stays out of low kick range, I can just kind of Rock Tomb, Liquidation, or Rock Slide. I need to like pick depending on the situation. Bring it low. And then probably actually no, I need to double Rock Tomb, because then I outspeed all of a sudden. And I would see Water Shuriken once I get low. I can then safely switch in Kingdra and Dragon Pulse for kill. No, because a Gunshot crit would still be a bad thing. Because he'd be a fighting type. He'd have taken 2 Rock Tombs, so let's like say at worst he's at 60%. So he would see, under most circumstances, I mean, I can bring it down to -3 even, right? And then he'd be at like, at worst 45 or so. But he wouldn't have its speed lowered yet, so he'd still... Under normal circumstance, which is like not water shuriken and whatever, you would still always click acrobatics. I can go back then on a third acrobatics and I can always see water shuriken. From there on out, and then that means he's a water type. And I can rock tomb pretty safely. I can rock tomb into rock slide maybe. That is an issue. That's still like heavy damage, and I take 3 acrobatics, which is like 30-ish%. Okay, I can take the 5-hit water shuriken, and 1 rock tomb would be enough for me to handle it. Right? I'd be like 70%, say that. I would still be slightly favored to see low kick, I guess. This one in particular is hard. Especially like the variance of it all is just kind of the main issue. Though, is there a way maybe to... I could fake out with Raichu for some chip, but I don't know how much that helps. Because I'd have to bring in Dreadnought and a Gunk Shot after. Or maybe a Water Shuriken, depending on the HP amount. I guess... a Moongus could come in there. Baiting acrobatics, meaning I could go to like Hisuian Arcanine or something. But that baits Water Shuriken again, so that doesn't help me. Oof. I wish there was I wish I had something that could just take everything Greninja does. But this quirky combination of moves just kind of doesn't work for me. Especially because... I guess I could see Avalok doing the trick, but like in practice, no. Not to mention that Torterra, like Torterra is not an option either, because he'd be a flying type, and all of a sudden I deal pitiful damage. Okay, let's take it from the top, because that maybe I can find like... I was talking about that Ice Shard kill before. And that Ice Shard kill is still on the table if and only if I can bring it in on Gunk Shot, right? Well, and as long as he's not below -2 to bait Water Shuriken, but at -1, that is an option. But in order to make it work, I need to deal pretty hefty chip. And the hefty chip, like, I see a way to get that there, but I don't know if it's a safe way to get it there. You know? Besides, I don't know if it can guarantee a Gunk Shot. And the alternative of maybe using Breloom's Mach Punch instead? As long as he's not flying, that's honestly pretty good as well. Yeah, that is honestly not bad either, and if I can bring him in on low kick perfectly fine. And with the black belt equipped, I'd also need like 25% chip. Wait, no, this is with dark type still. I'd still need a lot more chip then. Okay, so that doesn't quite work. Because I go 1, bringing it down to -1, and like in general he'd be healthy, but you know, you never know for sure. It's like effectively, like, yeah, it's a 60-40, but you know, it's not as, is it? Because he would be at 75 at worst, but if he's at -1 special defense, it's a 50-50, and if he isn't, it's most likely low kick. There's also Arcanine, of course, who can just kind of deal 50%. But I need to be able to get it in on, like, Acrobatics or Gunk Shot. And that's not something I can guarantee. Not easily, at least. Okay, that's not entirely true, but it's not entirely false either. Greninja. Water Shuriken, low kick. Most likely low kick. If it is, this becomes a lot safer. Because I can just go to Masquerain, I go to -1. In the best case, then in that case, I'd basically just be still at full HP. I'd see Acrobatics, I can go to one of my rock types, maybe even go to Arcanine Sui first as a bit of extra health insurance. And then take the Acrobatics just fine, bait another, but that will bait Water Shuriken instead, which is fine, because I can still take that even if it were 5 crits. Then you go down to -2. Only issue is, in the worst case scenario then, I'd see 1 out of 10 and was this? 7? 7, so 117. So I'd be at 18 HP. But I can get 33, I said, right? So he'd be at 51. Same as before. And with 3 hits, I would still always see either acrobatics or gunk shot. So then I can go to Dreadnought with it at -2. Then I can take acrobatics, low kick with just an Orin. But if I get poisoned by gunk shot, I would be in trouble. So liquidation does kill. Assuming he doesn't water shuriken me though, and that's also an issue. Because if he high rolls water shuriken like 5 hits, that would also spell trouble. So yeah. Wait. Oh yeah, that's because it's at 51 HP. But if he's even just at 53, so it's not like the absolute max, I would always see acrobatics. So I can come in on that, not see a poison, and guarantee see either low kick or water shuriken. Rock Tomb once. And while he's a fighting type, that doesn't do an awful lot of damage, but at -1, he can definitely do more for me. And then I'd be at worst at 45%. 43%. 18 and 66. I have taken 70, 84. So I'd be at 65 HP. That means only low kick will see a kill, but low kick does see a kill. Granted, because he would be at, like, I said before that 53 HP would be troublesome, right? No, 52 would be troublesome, 53 would be fine. So, assuming he's at 53, I take another low kick, he'd be at -3, and with the crit he deals another 7, so he'd be at 46. And thus, I'd still only see acrobatics. So I'd take another acrobatics. But then I see water shuriken and I cannot afford that. Or can I? Actually, I kind of maybe could. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of Murphy's hair that I don't need to see. I'd only have taken 2 of those acrobatics, right? So I'd be... at like, what was it? At worst, like 80%? If I know I haven't seen Water Shuriken yet, I can do another pivot to guarantee... Is that true? No, not necessarily, because then all of a sudden you might come and get into Water Shuriken range. If I haven't seen one, I shouldn't be, though. I think with these 3, I should at least be able to get him down to -3. With Dreadnought in at like 80%. Rock Tomb to get it to -1 speed. Rock Tomb again to get it to -2 speed. Can I afford that? Not necessarily, but probably. I don't know. I really don't know. I think I just need to go for pure damage at that point, but I do not know how to guarantee best damage. Oh, interesting. So then a rock slide is all of a sudden an option. I would just need to get it to like 47% if I use Arcanine Sui to finish it off, but I need also to get Arcanine Sui in then. And I can guarantee that I can safely get him in through Kingdra. Problem with Kingdra is mostly if I get crit on Gunk Shot after... No, that's not true. But would that at -3 not bait? So I'd have taken a Rock Tomb, which is fair bit Dragon Pulse. So he'd probably be at like 40, and then all of a sudden he baits Water Shuriken. But if I bait Water Shuriken, that means I should be fine. Is that true? Not necessarily, actually. Because if I were to get Water Shuriken, Gunk Shot, crit, unless I deliberately don't lower speed, and thus make only that Dragon Pulse the damage I deal, which could be Wise Glasses boosted, or just Liquidation then here instead. I do a Liquidation. I think it's these 6, and depending on the game state, I'll probably like get a KO with Kingdra, get a KO with Dreadnought, get a KO with Arcanine. And if I get in trouble I don't quite know what I would sack, but I'll see that if and when that is something I need to worry about. But generally speaking, I believe these 4 combined should be able to handle the Greninja. Get it down to like -3 through some pivoting, then lower its speed a bit maybe, or just deal damage depending on like who I want to see get the kill. In practice, it's probably Kingdra, but we'll see that in due time. Yeah, I think I'll do this. I'll get a Citrus on Masquerain as insurance, and beyond that, I mean, I say I need a Silk Scarf on Arcanine. That's not necessarily true. Right? I could, yeah, but a berry would not help me. A berry would never help me. So Fake Out, Extreme Speed. So that's like 70, so I don't need to do 30. 1, 2, 3. Could technically also give a Silk Scarf to Raichu instead and have something else for Arcanine, but I don't quite know what that would be. A Pecha, I guess. But I don't know. I don't think that matters. So I'm gonna give this a. I'm gonna freewheel this a little bit, and these 4 just gonna make it work. Under most circumstances, they should be able to make it work. There's only like a spare few crits that might spell trouble, but in general it shouldn't. It would need to specifically be like a crit high roll gunk shot that poisons. Because it'd only take 1 tick of poison. It'd have to be in this scenario where I like get Rock Tomb off to get Kingdra in safely. It would have to be like he either low kicks me guaranteed, and then I get crit by the gunk shot and poisoned, or he gets like 5-hit water shuriken crit into gunk shot poison. And even just 5 water shuriken hits would do the trick there then. High rolling at least. But I can give it a Pecha to deny the potential poison chip, and then it's all of a sudden just crit, high roll, gunk shot with like many crits of water shuriken and or low kick on switch in. And that is assuming I can't get it down to -4, which also is an option. So, I think between all of these, I should be fine. Yeah, I think, I hope I'm fine. It's a bit quirky, but I think between everything in terms of options that I do have, I should be good. I will give citruses where necessary, which is really Viola, which is 3 of them, which is a lot. But I wager I'll be fine. I wager I won't be getting... No, I only need 2, by the way, not 3. And I wager hopefully neither of them is necessary. You don't need to, you only need to come in on a move. You don't need an item whatsoever. I am missing someone, and it's... right. Hamilton. Hamilton is still on the team. Faulkner isn't. I think we're battle ready. And we're gonna give items, and that means a silk scarf for Hamilton. Silk scarf. A Pecha berry for Claire. Pecha berry. And a citrus for Viola and... citrus number 1. And citrus number 2 for Wake. I shouldn't be using these 2 haphazardly, considering citrus are really, really useful. But I think I need to do this. I might be able to get away with it on Wake. Let's go for an Orin. I might be able to get away with that. I don't think I can. Because if Water Shuriken hits me too many times... No, but at that point, it doesn't matter. Because I only need to get it down to -1, and especially if he doesn't use Low Kick, and thus Rock Tomb actually deals full damage, Kingdra definitely handles it just fine. Yeah, you shouldn't need one. Instead, I'll give you a hard stone to do that little bit of extra chip, which might be the difference maker. It won't be actually, but it might be. If I use like extreme speed instead. Okay, and then there's one thing I do need to do, and that is to get Salazzle down to 104 HP. So that's what we're gonna do here. Get the repellents off. And we see Stunky. Yeah, this is gonna do too little damage, so... Murkrow, that's better. Okay, and now we're gonna see what he does. Knock off. 105, really? That's annoying. Okay, well... time to run then. And this is where I am gonna do a very annoying thing, and it's going all the way back. But all the way back, I mean... we go down to... yeah, we're gonna go further down. go. So we need to get 1 tick of damage, like exactly 1 HP worth of damage, so we need to go all the way back to the start. Because Salazo I cannot pre-poison to do the chip damage. So it's very annoying to get down. I cannot get there. But this is fine. I should be able to just fish here instead. And take the damage that way. We're gonna Toxic you just to stall a turn. And just don't... Perfect. 104. There we go. And now we can go. And we're good. And we should be ready for this next fight. The things you do to pre-damage. And up we go, back to Marvel. And we are now back at Marvel, and now we need to go all the way through. We're at 111. And up we go through the Sandstorm. Slowly getting better on the biking though, so that's good at least. Keyword being slowly. And here we are at the ready. So, Ninja Boy Lung. I'll call him Lung. I think that's probably better. Anyway, he's over there. We need to lead with Surge. And the first few are very easy to go through. It's just the Greninja at the back that's gonna spell trouble. Are we ready? I think we're ready. Let's go. Thanks for finding me, but we still have to battle. Yup. Ninja Boy Lung starts with the Seviper, who has Sludge Bomb, Flamethrower, Giga Giant, and Earthquake. Now my Psychic doesn't quite kill, so we Fake Out first. And with the combined chip damage of Fake Out, Psychic is a guaranteed kill. Bye-bye. 1 down. Alright. In comes the Selgor, who sees a kill with Bug Buzz. And we know he sees a kill with Bug Buzz, so we switch to Roxy, who takes the Bug Buzz. And this damage is very specific, so that Bug Buzz plus a Water Shuriken is a guaranteed kill. Now, yeah, this is a min roll for Bug Buzz. And now Water Shuriken sees a kill. And he's taken 1 tick of Life Orb damage. So we can go back to Surge on the Water Shuriken and take it fine. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's fine. That's perfectly okay. It could hit 5 crits. That's basically what we played around. We're gonna Fake Out 1 more time. Do another 20-ish%. And now, because it will see a kill with Bug Buzz once more, we go to Hamilton. Take the Bug Buzz. And that deals a fair bit of damage. And now, thanks to the combined chip of Life Orb and Fake Out, extreme speed while holding a Silk Scarf. It was there for insurance, we didn't quite need it. We'll kill here. That's the Excelgor down. And now comes the annoying Greninja. At this HP, 129, Greninja will see a kill with low kick and maybe Water Shuriken. It's most likely to low kick, so we hope that it does that. We're going to switch to Viola to intimidate it on the low kick. If it's Water Shuriken, it's hopefully fine, but it's safer if it isn't, basically. Fighting type, good. Good. So now, with it at -1, it's always clicking Acrobatics here because that's the highest damaging move. We're gonna go to Wake on that Acrobatics to take it just fine. Here comes the Flying type. And that's a fair bit of damage, but nothing we cannot handle. It is now at 127. It's gonna always see low kick as highest damaging move, so we can go back to Viola on that low kick. Intimidated to -2. And another low kick incoming, and once again, even at -2, the highest damaging move that it sees is Acrobatics, so that's the move it's going to use. We are going to go to... I had a different line, different plan suddenly pop in my head. I'm not going to go through with that though. I'm going to go back to Dread. And right now, it's always going to Acrobatics, that's fine, that's whatever. We're at 111. And it's very likely to low kick again. So we once again can safely go to Viola. I now know what probably the safe line was there. I should have Rock Tombed there, but whatever. Yep, low kick. It's still going to click Acrobatics here. That's still the highest damaging move on Masquerain. So we can go back to Wake one more time. Take the Acrobatics, which deals inconsequential damage. We're at 98. And now he's gonna Water Shuriken or low kick. Most likely low kick, maybe Water Shuriken. At this point, we Rock Tomb. Okay, that's fine. Not a big deal. Honestly, better. Now at 54 HP. Did I forget to give him... Oh no, I gave it the Heartstone eventually. At the end I did give it the Heartstone. Now, low kick is a tiny chance to kill. And Water Shuriken is also a higher chance to kill, but it's not something that the Greninja sees. So what I'm gonna do here instead is I'm gonna switch to Viola. I'm gonna do a bit of pivoting to get the Kingdra in safely, basically. And I think I know how to do that. With Greninja now at -1, okay, it did go for Water Shuriken there. Annoying, but not a big deal yet. Now that Greninja is at -4 and -1 speed, and it's a pure water type, it's gonna once again go for acrobatics. Which I can take with Hamilton at this point. I think I was maybe considering Surge. I need to look at the damage it would deal on a crit. Not something I need to worry about. So I'll go to Surge instead on the guaranteed acrobatics. There's the flying type. Now, here it sees that I can kill. I don't care, I'm gonna fake out anyway. And it sees that I can kill it with Thunderbolt. Fast kill it, because it's -1 speed. 5 Water Shuriken crits would deal 90 damage. And that's not something I can risk, so I'm gonna go to Claire instead. Who can take the Water Shuriken absolutely for free. Even if it were to be 5 hits. It's annoying that it's 5 hits, but not the biggest deal. It now sees that I cannot kill it quite yet. With it at, what is this? 55%-ish, right? 55%. So it's most likely gonna gunk shot me here. I'm going to Dragon Pulse and deal a fair bit of damage. As long as I don't get crit, we're done here. If I do get crit, we have a tiny potential problem. Now we're done. Now it's done, now it's free, and we're good. Dragon Pulse kills. He's gonna Water Shuriken because it sees that I can kill, but I don't care. I can take that just fine, and we're through. And while I wait for that animation to be done, I'll quickly go over to the next fight. There we go. The Greninja is down, and we made it through another fight. Use my ninjas on you. Volcanic Ash Swirl Cloak. Okay. Sure, you do you. Next fight is over there. We're gonna quickly run back for a heal. As is customary, of course. And with this fight done, I'm gonna take a short break to get a quick drink. And after that, we can look at the next fight. For now, I'll quickly show off that team at the bottom. There he is, Rich Boy Santos. And I'll get through this in a little bit. For now, I'll be back in a few minutes. And we're back. So, this next fight, Rich Boy Watson, we're gonna have some fun in the sun. I'm gonna quickly set everything up I need to set up. And now I should be ready to calc this out. So, the main thing that I see here is the eruption Typhlosion in the sun. Now, I have a few options, thankfully. Kingdra, I have like 3 quad fire resists, so honestly the Typhlosion is not that big a deal. Then there's the Mamoswine, who in the sun I'm able to kill with Flamethrower, so I'm not quite afraid of it either. And then there's Shiftry, who does outspeed me and can boom on me. And Heat Wave and Solar Blade is something I'm not quite comfortable taking with most of my mons. So what we realistically want to do, right, is to get the Shiftry last. And right now, that means I need to get a kill on the Ninetales in a specific way, and I'm not quite sure what that way is yet. Because I cannot get the kill against it with one of my ground types. Actually, no, I cannot get it with one of my ground types. Torterra is just too, like, barely too weak. And like, I basically need a way to bait the Typhlosion before I see the Shiftry. And right now that means getting the kill against the Mamo in a way that I'm not quite sure of yet. My first instinct would be okay, so that's not quite what I was hoping. The problem is mostly that the 3 mons that would get the KO on Mamo also get KO'd by Earthquake. So I can't safely guarantee the right switches. Not to mention the Stealth Rocks would be very detrimental. Looking at it, my entire team is dead to Boom. Or either Boom or a move that the Shiftry has. Arcanine cannot take the Solar Blade either. It can, but it needs to not switch in on it. Even when it does, it cannot handle it quite well enough. I guess Salazzle is probably my best answer for Shiftry. Because that does Oko and cannot be killed by, like, Solar Blade or Heat Wave. Into Dark Pulse. Actually, no, it can. And it would see Dark Pulse as the move it would click. And that can flinch, of course. So that doesn't quite work out either. Masquerade can bait Heat Wave. So I need something that can bait anything other than Dark Pulse while not dying to the Solar Blade or the Heat Wave and still be able to Oko it, kind of. Mao's Ice Shard does well, but not enough. Raichu cannot come in on anything, so that's not an option. I was looking at that for maybe Fake Out Chip. Not to mention, I'd bait random move between Solar Blade and Dark Pulse. Let's actually, for the sake of it, get Explosion off the table. What does that change? Unironically, Kingdra still does kind of well. No, but not into the Typhlosion. Like, the Typhlosion would still be dealing a bit too much here. I cannot just bait down the line, unfortunately. Especially because of the fact that Rock Slide deals too much. What am I saying? What? I cannot guarantee, like... I would be seeing an explosion, maybe, into Arcanine, and I cannot afford to have that happen while it crits and kills me. So the alternative could be... I was gonna say Krook, but Krook is too slow. Salazzle is also too weak. But I'd switch him in before the rocks would happen, probably. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I do just kind of need Hisuian Arcanine for Ninetales. I don't really have a better choice. The closest to a better choice would be Talon, but Talon would not be able to handle it if I get Hypnosis clicked. Wait a second. Is that true? What if I Tailwind? If Tailwind is up, I bait down the line. And do I have enough turns then? Because Tailwind lasts 4 turns. Right? 4 turns. So Tailwind. Switch to Arcanine. That's 1, 2. Flamethrower kill, 3, 4. And then I'd see the Shiftry still. So I don't have enough turns for that. I don't have enough turns of Tailwind. Turn 1, Tailwind. Turn 2, switch out. Turn 3, KO. Turn 4, KO. Shift 3 comes in. And I cannot guarantee anything. Okay, so that's not quite the option I was hoping it would be. That said, though, it might not be a bad idea, but I don't think it's a good enough idea. Besides, Rock Slide is a ranged kill and not a guaranteed kill on Ninetales, so it's not quite what I want. Maybe. What's the move that would be click damage-wise? Flamethrower. And if the Tailwind is up, it's also, like, Shift 3 is still the fastest mon on the team, so I mean, we'll always see a fast kill then, so that's not quite the option either. However, what's the Stealth Rock AI? Fast kill was 12 or 14, so fast kill would deny Stealth Rock. Not that that matters. The one thing that baiting down the line does there is it does mean I get the Mamo out early, but it's not like that is too big of a problem. I can basically, Arcanine Hisui can basically 1v1 the Ninetales and the Mamo and the Typhlosion. And for Typhlosion specifically, I could even bring like one of my water rock types. Where are we at? Route 113. It's right there at the bottom. I have Rich Boy Santos here, which was the most recent, which is the most recent fight for me, or at least the upcoming fight for me. And right now, I am basically only looking for a way to get the Shift Tree out last, preferably. Because if I can bait it to be last, that means I am able to handle it decently well with Salazzle. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's Salazzle or something else, I don't quite know yet. It might be something else, I don't quite know that part yet. But in any case, I'd be able to handle it from there. An alternative way was that I was exploring was maybe to get Tailwind, to bait the Shift Tree first and get a kill on it, while baiting like Solar Blade or something. That's it. Wait, that's it. Wait, I don't have the turns for that. I don't have the turns to do that. Do I? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't. I could maybe if I had flip turn on Kingdra, but no. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm pondering. How on earth am I gonna handle the shift tree? Either through having it come out last, or being able to somehow get a tailwind up while it's in play, outspeeding and KOing that way. Or option number 3, somehow kill it through priority or something. Granted that option number 3 is something with potential. Wait, if I can get it to go out last, and I can just kind of get the Typhlosion low but not KO'd, for example, to extreme speeds, could do that. Maybe, or like an extreme speed and a crunch, or a crunch and a flamethrower. Or maybe like here with Octazookas and waterfalls and shit. Then I can maybe, if he's like at 20%, I could get Talonflame in on an Eruption. And the lower he is, the better, right? So if he's at 15, it's even easier, and at 10, it's even easier, etc. Get Talonflame in, Tailwind, Acrobatics for kill. So if I can make sure that if that's the way to handle it, if I get the shift tree to be KO'd last. Yeah. So I need to somehow get the Typhlosion of the Ninetales to go out, and then bait in order the Mamo and then the Typhlosion, preferably. Alternatively, and that might actually be a better alternative, I say that, but okay, no. Okay, my train of thought there was a good alternative could be to KO the Ninetales. However I do that, and hopefully bait in the Mamoswine that way. Something like Krook, maybe? No, not quite. I don't quite have the resources for that, apparently. Yeah, no, I don't quite have the resources for that. Because, like, the only thing that can really stand up to the Ninetales is Arcanine. That's literally the only thing. So the one line of play that I maybe see is the following. But it's very risky. It's incredibly risky. So no, never mind. I was gonna say maybe there's something with like Talonflame. Okay, so the train of thought I had was I would lead Talonflame Tailwind, switch to Hisuian Arcanine, and take the Flamethrower or the Hypnosis, Rock Slide. But that doesn't quite work. I'd have to just lead with Arcanine. I can Rock Slide, Extreme Speed for kill, and take one Solar Beam or Hypnosis and have a Chesto Berry and be fine. That will bait in the Shiftry, who's the only one that outspeeds me. And while it doesn't outdamage me, it's the only one that can outspeed me. But then it's either Solar Blade or maybe Explosion. And I don't have a switch in for that, basically. Not even Torterra can take the Explosion. Oh, wow. Not even Torterra can take the Explosion. Damn. Now, I could get into Solar Blade range to bait that. Get an Intimidate off, basically. Baiting Heat Wave, which I can take with, like, a Water Rock type. Baiting Solar Blade again, because he's at -1. And I can get it down to -2. Then I bait another Heat Wave. Which I can take again with Caracosta, maybe. I can get him down to like -3, 4-ish this way. It does neuter the Explosion, but it doesn't really help me. Because Explosion crit would still just KO whatever. Okay, well. Hi there, welcome. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. So, where is that? As in where this fight is? Route 113. I am slowly creeping up on Full Arbor. I'm currently doing the Rich Boy Sandos fight. And yeah, that's the one on Route 113. With the 4 Pokemon there at the bottom. Ninetales, Mamo, Shiftry, and Typhlosion. So yeah, that. And right now, that in practice, that means I need to somehow find a way to get the Shiftry out last, while being able to handle the Ninetales decently well. And the answer to that is there isn't really one. At least not one that I can find quickly. So yeah. I was hoping... If I can somehow get the kill with Salazzle, Yugamon can survive the boom. Not a crit, but a non-crit, yes. I have the... Oh, even a Carracosta. The Carracosta can live a crit, but I cannot guarantee that it booms on me on the Carracosta. There's always the 5% chance, basically, and I want to see if I can dodge it in general. Hisuian Arcanine can survive it on a non-crit, and I also have... Dreadnought probably can... Yeah, Dreadnought can survive it and doesn't get crit. So, like, there's a few options, but I don't quite see a good one. What I do have, however, if I can somehow get in Talonflame on the Typhlosion, I can basically, with the Mamo down, preferably, I can have it Tailwind on the first turn while it's low, like if it's at 10% or something. I can Tailwind, Acrobatics, Acrobatics. So that is kind of my outs there. That's the out I see to get rid of the Shiftry. And beyond that, I think the Ninetales and the Mamo, like, I have options. I just need to find a way to bait the Mamo first, and then the Typhlosion, and I don't quite see one yet. It basically means I need to have a slow kill with Mamo while not having or a fast, like an outspeed with Mamo. Either of those should work. And looking at it, maybe, yeah, no. This, by the way, can go to the trash. I forgot to do that. Anyway, with the Ninetales in particular, like, I don't quite have an out. This, by the way, doesn't have Signal Beam, it has Thunder Wave. I just had it. I don't have the right mon yet. Not that Thunder Wave is gonna matter, but yeah. Pyroar doesn't quite do anything here. And besides, I guess if I can get the kill with, like, Pyroar or... I was gonna say Salazzle, but Salazzle doesn't quite work. Salazzle doesn't work because that baits Typhlosion. Typhlosion will see a kill. But, like, even if I have a mon that can survive Explosion, because there's always a chance to explode, I don't really have a good answer. Like, I can get some Intimidate shuffling off on it, but even that won't do enough, probably. It's 4 times weak to Bug. Yes, that's correct. So, the Masquerain and the Orbeetle do a hefty amount of damage, but they are also very weak to the Heat Wave, because it's sun boosted, and yeah. The one thing I could check is like if I have like a hidden power bug or something, but I really don't want to invest that here if I can help it. I have a hidden power bug on like Ampharos, but Ampharos is still kind of afraid of everything. Okay, one second. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. I need to do something real quick, and after that I'll continue. 1 second. Sorry about that, but we're back. Okay, time. I think it's time to start like a little bit of writing. Here we go. So, first glance, for sure, the Ninetales I can handle just fine. That's not the issue. But, yeah. Bates, what was it? Shift tree. Now I can put myself into Solar Blade range, and then like take the guaranteed Solar Blade with Masquerain, get the guaranteed Heat Wave with Caracosta, and like go back and forth a bit to get like to -4 or 5-ish. But then there's still the matter of the explosion. I can probably even get it to like worst case, probably -6-ish. At which point, I guess I could switch to... I was gonna say Torterra, but that doesn't quite work, right? Not to mention, he can't quite damage. And any crits would kind of screw me over. The closest I would have to an answer would be Pyroar. Like, but I would need to dodge the flinch, basically. But if I'm able to do that... If I'm able to dodge a flinch, but that is very risky, and not to mention, I'm still dead to Explosion crit. And there's also Orbeetle. But Orbeetle is dead to crit Heat Wave, so that's not quite the option I want either. Auxiliary is dead to crit Solar Blade, of course. The closest I have to a maybe is Talonflame, but if that gets crit, Talonflame is really valuable. So if that gets like crit boomed, I'm in trouble. How much PP does Solar Blade have? Maybe I can do something with that. 16. Yeah, no way. No way. Absolutely no way. I could not stall it out of Solar Blade PP or Heat Wave PP. Solar Blade... I need to do 8 pivots. Granted, I can probably do a few with Masquerain, but I'll be in Dark Pulse range before you know it. Right? The first one would deal, let's say, 13%, right? 87. Guaranteed Heat Wave, sure. So I am in that cycle. I take a Heat Wave, fine. Like, it's not really something I'm worried about. I'd also be at like 86, probably a little more. I can protect Beta Solar Blade. So that's 2, 3, and I need to do that cycle like 6 times before even like seeing a potential solution there. Not to mention, I would be taking like 8 Heat Waves, and that's a potential 8-hit KO, so that's not even the option either. Because at some point Dark Pulse will also see a kill, and then all of a sudden that's kind of redundant. Like, realistically I can get it to like -4. Let's say. Then I can come in with Arcanine Sui on the Solar Blade, but he'd see Dark Pulse. Yeah, so... I guess if I'm able to do that and get Torterra in on a Solar Blade, I do just kind of outlive the Heat Wave with Synthesis. So I can stall it out of Heat Waves a bit. Maybe do a Seed Bomb here and there, but I don't know how much that helps. It wouldn't, in practice. And besides, like, it doesn't give me any progress, right? With the exception of, like, letting it run out of Heatwave PP, it doesn't really give me any progress. Granted, letting it run out of Heatwave PP is definitely progress I could make. Though, if I get burned, I'm in trouble. Is that true? Not necessarily, actually. And I only need to take 6 heat waves. Which sounds like a lot, but because I have Synthesis healing me for 75% HP this time, it's not that big a deal. And from there, I might be able to just kind of wait it out. I can give Torterra Lepa Berry. And once it's out of heat waves, it's gonna defer to Dark Pulses. Maybe even keep it at -2 instead. No, I'd need to keep it at neutral even, but I cannot afford that. -1? No, so realistically -2 is enough, but I can do a few more. I think I'm starting to find something there, right? Because at low enough HP, or at least no, at low enough PP, Torterra can stall out the Heatwave PP with Synthesis. Because even through burn, unless he keeps getting max rolls on Heatwave, I could just kind of take it every single time. Not to mention, I could do some pivots through maybe even Dreadnought or something on the heat waves, like bait heat waves with Dreadnought, bait the Solar Blade, which is why you would want the Intimidates, right? So I can maybe stall it out of Solar Blade and Heat Waves, and considering I can always bait Heat Wave with Masquerain, and Masquerain will only come in on Solar Blades, which generally should be killing. Like, up until the point where it won't be killing anymore, which, at that point, it's not that big a deal anymore. I could just kind of 1v1 with Torterra and or Dreadnought. Because if it's just Dark Pulses at some point, I'm fine. I'll probably be fine. And the odds of him booming are going up more and more and more. I think that might work. So long as I make sure that the booms don't happen when I switch in Masquerain, or a semi-low Caracosta, which Caracosta is just redundancy with Dreadnought at that point, right? I can kind of get it out of... I can run it out of Heatwave PP, and then Torterra can just kind of 1v1 from there. I think. The only issue is I need to make sure that Arcanine is low. At which point I might be in trouble against the Mamo. How low did I need him to be again? 51% after one. Yeah, but I'd also need to basically take the Solar Beam, because it could be that he doesn't click Solar Beam. Then, do I have a switch in for both Solar Blade and Explosion? No. Masquerain is way too valuable to just kind of risk the boom on. The same goes for Hamilton. So I really don't want to risk that 5% or 4%. Not to mention I would need, if I bring V6, I'd need Hamilton to take on the Mamo. I need to bring it in on an ice move, which I can probably make sure happens through Tort. And if not Tort, then like Mask. And because most likely the Mamo is going to be last, I would not have to worry about the Stealth Rocks at least. Okay. I think I'm just gonna have to wing it this way, because I don't see a better way to take out the Ninetales that doesn't involve just kind of fishing for luck. Yeah, I don't quite see a way that doesn't involve fishing for luck. So that's kind of what I kind of have to just dodge that first 4% on Masquerade. If I only need to dodge that one, because after that I'm able to do it safely, get safely through my pivots, and handle it from there. Right? That's basically correct, because because that switches in. Bait's Heat Wave guaranteed. I can go to one of my Water Rock types. Bait's Solar Blade guaranteed. I can kind of just go back and forth that way until I am bringing it down to -4, -5-ish. Then I can bring in Torterra. Heat Wave should not be have that much PP left. I can go to Torterra and just kind of stall that out with Synthesis. And with it being a low attack, I can just kind of wait for the explosion to happen. And at some point maybe weave in Giga Drains or Seed Bombs or Earthquakes or whatever. I give a Lepa Berry to Torterra to make sure I have enough Synthesis to handle it for a while. I don't want to see the burn, preferably, but if I do, it's fine. I can still Giga Drain instead of EQ. And it's like at the point where he starts clicking Dark Pulse, okay, whatever, right? I basically say, okay, whatever. I can maybe even find a way to get rid of all of its Solar Blades, and at that point, that doesn't quite make a difference. But I think and I hope that line could work. I just need to dodge the one boom on Masquerade, and from there I should be able to handle it with these 4. And then most likely in comes the Mamo, because I'll have Torterra out. Clicking Icicle Crash or Ice Shard, because that will be a fast kill and should always be the move it clicks. So I can go to Arcanine on the Icicle Crash, because it will be very healthy still. Flamethrower it for kill. In comes Typhlosion, I can take a hit from it, Rock Slide for kill. Rock Slide Extreme Speed for kill, or Extreme Speed Rock Slide for kill. Whichever of the two I do doesn't quite matter. So I could even bring along an extra Solar Blade Soak. And the best Solar Blade Soak I would have is Talon, but that doesn't quite bait Heat Wave, of course. Amoonguss would then be the option, I guess, to bait the Heat Waves. Takes a Solar Blade very well. Baits Heat Wave. I think it's these 6 then. And I literally only need Arcanine for what is effectively just the I need Arcanine for these 3. And I need to make sure that Torterra is out when I get a KO, when it gets KO'd, when the Shiftry is KO'd. If, however, somehow he KOs itself on Caracosta or whatever, that means I'll probably still have a fine pivoting line through Masquerain. Because that will bait EQ, I can Intimidate and either take the EQ or the Stealth Rock. I can go to Arcanine on the Icicle Crash. Icicle Crash, it would be at -1, so I'll probably be fine there. And sure, with the, like, worst case scenario, there could be some trouble, but in practice, probably never. Not to mention, it is much more likely that the boom happens on one of the 2 grass types. Or at the very least, in a scenario where Earthquake would kill, and then oh, and from there, actually, no. From there, Stealth Rock will never be clicked anymore. It will only be Icicle Crash. The only scenario in which it could spell trouble is if it's Caracosta at high HP. If he's like below 76 already, or like 70, yeah, then he's guaranteed to see EQ, so I will never see the Stealth Rock. I'll be fine. I think that works. And the only risk I'm taking is the boom on Masquerain. And that would be a really bad boom, don't get me wrong. It's a 4%. And but I cannot afford to not risk that 4%. The closest to an alternative I have an alternative. It's pre-poisoning Arcanine and giving it an Orin. No, that doesn't work. Doesn't it? No, it doesn't work because I need Arcanine to stay healthy for the rest of the fight. So I would need to risk that explosion. That's basically all I can do. There's no cleaner way to get rid of the Ninetales. I think I'm gonna quickly put these 6 in this box as option 1 in case I need to get this going the poor way. But maybe I can find a slightly better line with getting the KO and Ninetales in some other way. And the closest would be rock coverage or water, rock or ground coverage on something. I would say Hisuian Avalugg, but that takes away too much damage, of course. Same with normal Avalugg. Mamo, maybe, but no, because it can't take a crit Solar Beam. Executor Alola. Executor Alola actually surprisingly could stall quite well, right? Because he has a Citrus Berry and... yeah, but he cannot take the boom. Yeah, he can't take the boom is the issue. And while yes, the Harvest Citrus Berry would go ham there. What was the move again? Because I don't. This is not its actual move set. Might as well replace it, right? Where is it? I'll do a new export real quick, just to have it be correct, and then we're gonna take a look at the Kara, Mighty Orbital, Auxiliary, Executor, Alola. There it is. Oh, it has Stun Spore. That doesn't help whatsoever. Also quickly get my Ampharos updated, because I might as well. And I believe that's everything I wanted to update. Right? Or did I miss anything? No. That's all. Oh no, there's the Raichu that I updated. There we go. Now it's really up to date. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot really use Executor Alola there. He cannot take the Eruption whatsoever. Cannot take the Explosion whatsoever, so that doesn't really help me. But let's, for the sake of it, look if I can get him to handle the Ninetales. Dragon Pulse, and then give it a Chesto, I guess. It's not quite there yet, though. Like, Dragon Pulse would be a 3-hit KO. But Flamethrower is a 2-hit KO. Or, like, most likely one, and I cannot afford that. I cannot risk that chance. And while I wouldn't be afraid of the Hypnosis, and basically have the 50-50 every single turn, and I guess in the same vein, I would bait a different move. I think that it looks weird, but if I can somehow get the kill with Executor Alola, that could work, right? I don't think I can get the kill, but I was gonna say maybe Pyroar, but like, no. In practice, never. Hyper Voice also 3-hit KO, and like while he doesn't 3-hit KO me back, I have Hypnosis to worry about, and that's just not an option. Crook. Because of the fact that Solar Beam is a crit kill, I cannot use Crook. In the same vein, Mamo doesn't work as Solar Beam's a crit kill. Orbital cannot do anything. Raichu Alola is too slow. Though I can chip it down with Fake Out, but then what? Right? That doesn't do anything. That's not entirely true. That's not necessarily true. Though, no, I cannot, like, that's a risk I cannot take. I was gonna say, maybe I can do, like, Arcanine Hisui can crit the, or, like, can damage Ninetales. But there's just a chance to Oko, and at that point, I'm toast. If I go with an alternate plan. It's not like Salazzle is an option here. Who's like one of the few outspeeds I have. Same with... I guess Talonflame could be one. But it's very slow. And even if that were to be an option, it would bait Typhlosion to come in. Unless I use Tailwind the turn before I KO. But at that point, I risk too many Hypnosises. I guess I could pre-poison to circumvent it, but Flamethrower then just deals kind of a little too much. Right, because a Flamethrower high roll with a Poison Tick would KO me. There's a chance to get Toxic, I guess. Would that change anything? I think no. No, because that's... I need I need 4 turns. So no, Toxic wouldn't help me. And with the Tailwind up, I would actually see Mamo. So if I am in Icicle Crash range, I could Roost. No, because then Stealth Rock is still very much an option, even if it sees a kill. Yeah, exactly. And then I'd be at like, what would that be, like 60% again or something? And then all of a sudden, like, it's still able to Stealth Rock me, so that won't really help. Yeah, I think I need to do this then, and I need to risk the boom. The one way I can kind of circumvent it is to have Amoonguss switch in the first time, because Amoonguss is less valuable than Masquerain would be. So if you were to boom on that, it's not as bad. And then after one Solar Blade, like, because then I bait Heat Wave or Explosion, and then I could go to Caracosta. Okay, I think I'll do that. Because if I... then the boom would happen on Amoonguss, and I'm much more okay losing Amoonguss compared to losing Masquerain. Yeah, so okay. So the actual plan here, let's start writing it down. Bait shift tree. Pivot. Amoongus. Hope no boom. Because that's really all it is. Baits. Heat wave. Boom. Pivot. Costa. Pivot. Mask. Pivot. Costa. Pivot mask. Repeat until Dark Pulse thread. Until Dark Pulse, or repeat until in range of Dark Pulse, or potential boom. Switch to Twort. Holding Lepa. Sol Heatwave. One v1 from there. Sol Heatwave 1v1 from there. Potentially use Dread Costa as pivots, as stall. In comes Mamo. If it's not Mamo, if Typhlosion, just pivot in Arc. If Mamo, and unsure of move. If Mamo and sure and ice. Pivot Hark. If Mamo and ground baits. Pivot Mask, then Arc. I think this is the best I can do. I can, like, run it out of heat waves, and by running it out of heat waves, and having it be intimidated a fair bit, Ramos should be able to 1v1 and take the boom or whatever. I think this is about the safest I can come up with. And these are the 6 we're gonna bring. And I'm not battle ready, but I'm as battle ready as I can be. Which means it's time for another fight. We're gonna... It's mostly berries I want. We're gonna give a Lepa berry to Ramos. A Chesto berry to Hamilton. And I think from there, it's just kind of Ornberries all the way down. I don't think there's anything better I can do. Viola is the most important, so I'll give him a Citrus. Everyone else will just get an Oran, and hopefully it's not something that is gonna come back to bite me. Okay. I think we're ready, and I hope that this plan works. Honestly, I just kind of hope that I get boomed on with Grant, because that is just kind of the safest way this goes down. Check my repellent just in case it was active, then we're ready to go. So, there we are. Rich Boy Santos. Hamilton is gonna lead. I don't need any pre-damage or pre-statusing. We're just gonna go. And hopefully everything goes right. Let's go. We're having one big risk, but after that we should probably be fine. There's also like flinch on flinch on flinch risks, but in general I don't think they'll be too relevant. Hamilton against the Ninetales, who sets up the sun for me. Ninetales here has a 50-50 to Solar Beam or to Hypnosis me. I'm just gonna hope for Hypnosis and I'm gonna Rock Slide. Perfect. And miss even. Not that that really mattered. Rock Slide here is a range to kill. It crits, okay, fine. Didn't really matter. Here's a crucial turn. Gonna see the sun. And in comes the Shiftry. Shiftry here has, I need to make sure that I say correctly, a 4% chance to explode on me. I hope he just clicks Solar Blade here instead. That's the other move. And Janine can take that Solar Blade. If I get exploded on, well, thanks for the support. Solar Blade, okay. From here it should be safe. This was like the only risk I was taking. Because this now baits still potentially Boom and otherwise Heat Wave. Grant can take both. Perfect! Okay, this is, all things considered, best outcome. This is so much better than I thought it would be. Okay, this is Mamo coming in, and Mamo sees a kill with... yeah, it sees a kill with EQ. So we're gonna switch to Viola. Take the EQ, which is not happening. Perfect. And Masquerain against Mamo. Icicle Crash sees a kill. Hamilton can take that Icicle Crash and KO it after. Even if this were to crit, I should be fine. Okay, perfect. And Flamethrower kills. And he sees that, so he Ice Shards. There was a tiny chance that it was going to Earthquake, but... eh. By tiny, I mean like 10%. And finally, in comes the Typhlosion, whose Eruption, even on a crit, will not kill me. So we're just gonna click Rock Slide on the Eruption and be fine. It hurts. For a quad resistant move, that's really a lot. And Rock Slide is a range to kill once again. Hamilton says we're done. Even if this were not, like, even if I lost the range out of E-Speed to kill. So, that was way scarier in the planning phase than it was in the execution phase. We missed the 4% chance and just kind of hit the 4% chance of luck. So I'm absolutely okay with this. We saved all our berries. Yeah. Quickly get that citrus berry off. And that lepa berry. I don't quite need them for now. I'll check back for the items in a little bit. And while this heal is gonna be going, we're gonna take a look at the next one, which is a double battle. The twins, Tori and Tia. Let's go ahead and bring it to the screen. It's a true double battle with Scrafty, Bruxish, Gothitelle, Bisharp, and leads with the Intimidate Scrafty there, as well as the Dazzling Bruxish. I don't know if that... Want to double check something with Dazzling? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So it's immune to priority and has Fake Out itself, while also kind of being a bit of a threat. Let's go take a look. This, I'm gonna remove the plan real quick while I set up the new one. Set up a new tab for Tori, Tori and Tia. Tori and Tia. Alright. Double battles in particular always require very specific planning. So I'm gonna bring this up right away. I'll fix this in a little bit to make it a little easier for me, but whatever. Tori and Tia. Tori in particular is... Tori is a name that I always enjoy, but for now that's not really relevant. We need to take a look at what's going to happen with Tori and Tia in terms of baiting, in terms of attacking. And of course there's the lead that's intimidating. I need to bring up my calcing sheet myself. There we go, calcing page. So... in particular, the general thing you want to use here is the Caracosta to bait moves. That's kind of the given. But from there, what I want to do, I don't quite know. My first instinct would be to say, oh, I use Masquerain to whittle down Scrafty, and in doing so in the right way, I might even be able to bait the Gothitelle to come out last, which is probably what you want. It's definitely what you would want. Okay, so let's go ahead and put this down. Okay. So what do we know? We know that Scrafty, if it's the first turn, unless it sees a kill with a different, if it sees a kill with a different move, it's gonna click the different move, else it will click Fake Out. Right? Because it sees a fast kill and that will always out-prioritize Fake Out. Unless Fake Out itself kills. Fake Out. If it's the first turn, +9. And fast kill is +11. Right? +12. I don't remember the exact priority. +12. Yep. Good. So, where was I? It was here. So, I can guarantee my predamaging Caracosta, I can guarantee that he fake outs or whatevers. I can then have Bruxish on the other side, and I can either Oko the Bruxish real quick, or be a bit slower against the Scrafty. Now, I don't know which of the two I prefer. I need to look that up. What I do know is that the damage range I need to be to guarantee moves into Caracosta is quite low. Right? I need to be very low, and as such, I will probably see Foul Play as the move. It will see a random move with Foul Play as well. Granted, I don't need to use Masquerain there if I go for the Scrafty. I could also first go for the Bruxish instead. Especially if I can kind of outspeed kill, which Karuk might be a good option for. Karuk is definitely a good option for. It's not an outspeed kill, but it's still a kill. And that will bait in... will bait down the line? I think it baits down the line. That's an issue. Because I prefer not to see Gothitelle at that point, right? Yeah, I prefer to not see Gothitelle at that point, because that means Caracosta is in trouble. So the safest way to handle that would be to KO the Scrafty instead, and have something that baits in the Bisharp. Which in practice is probably... Masquerain? Masquerain actually does kind of bait in the Bisharp. It's slow out damage, whereas the Gothitelle is not. The problem is, in choosing to go for that, I am basically guaranteeing one second, okay. I'm baiting random move from the Bisharp is kind of the issue. That was what I was looking for. The only thing I can kind of see is if I can bait a random move into Caracosta while baiting Fake Out as well. So I could have Caracosta in alongside, like a low HP Caracosta in alongside. Or medium HP, I guess that would be then. Be it -1. Something that might, like, not enjoy crunch in particular, for example. But I would not be able to guarantee Scrafty clicks Fake Out unless I put it really, really low. So I'm looking at, yeah, Zoroark is not quite the option I would want either. I'll quickly put everyone back, by the way. Okay. Anyhow... If I can somehow get Caracasa in on Fake Out plus Crunch, that would probably be ideal. And the best way to do that would be... My best guess would be Orbeetle, right? That definitely baits Crunch, even at -1. It could be Random Move, but I don't think I mind Random Move. If I put him at, like... $12 HP? Oh no, it's 12%. No, sorry, I need it to be at 12 HP. Then I guarantee Fake Out and Random Move from Bruxish, which is kind of an issue. Because Caracasta, that's a bit of a high variance. I'd need to be above 50%, and in practice, like... I'd need to be 9 and 64, so 73 HP. $74 HP. But on the low end of things, I would take like 12 and 3. So 15. So I'd be at... What is that? 12 and 15 is what I said, right? Yeah. I don't really have anything to wall the Bisharp. Oh, that's also an issue. And I can't quite... I do 2-hit KO the Bisharp as well, huh? Okay, interesting. Then all of a sudden it does become interesting. I can maybe remove doubts by guaranteeing the Psychic Fangs. And then I can use Orbeetle in the back instead. So Orbeetle outspeeds both the final 2 Mons. Isn't that afraid of it? And doesn't mind a knockoff crit. I think I have like somewhat of a line. So let's write it down and see if it works. Lead, mass plus bait. Need to work out what I do yet. Turn 1. I Bug Buzz Bruxish for kill. Pivot to Costa on Fake Out plus Random move. Probably random move. Maybe I can guarantee, like, I can make sure it's not Psychic Fangs. I can make sure it's not Psychic Fangs, right? I can make sure it's not Psychic Fangs by going for Crook. But then I bait Liquidation. Yeah, I bait Liquidation. And on the opposite end, I'd bait Close Combat. And I cannot have it be that. So I'd have to have it be Fake Out. And at that point, I'd need it to be at 8 HP. Which means that I'm once again back to random move. But less random, because of course, I do guarantee that it's not Psychic Fangs. So I'm a little less... It's like a little more secure. Because I don't see Psychic Fangs, basically. How's Liquidation doing less? Oh, because the sun is still up. That explains a lot. Also have the move guaranteed be Liquidation plus Close Combat, I guess. By using like Pyroar or something like that. The same vein, could I bait like Fighting and Psychic move? No, it can only bait Fighting and Water move. Maybe 2 Double Dark? No, I can't. If I were to be baiting a dark move, -1, I'd need to be at 50 here and 36 there, but the problem is I am outspeeding, right? So actually with the Berry Eclipse at -1, if I'm in knockoff range with Orbital, that means 56. But I'd still need to be in crunch range here, which is 30. Yeah, I need to be at 36 to guarantee crunch. And that means with Scrafty, I bait random dark move. No, that's not even true. I can even see Fake Out. So that's a bit inconsistent. Do I have another dark Weakmon? Not really, right? Or Raichu, duh. So if I were to lead with Raichu alongside it, I can guarantee Foul Play. maybe? I don't know, actually. 66. 66. That means it's guaranteed crunch. And on his end, it's random between the two dark moves and fake out still. It's less likely to be fake out, but it can still be fake out. So all things considered, not quite the option I would be looking for. Especially considering I couldn't fake out if I wanted to. So it boils down to I should just bait with Carracosta turn 1 instead. The downside is I'd bait a random move. Is there another way for me to Oko the Bruxish kind of easily? Yes, there is. It's using Breloom instead. Problem with Breloom is that it baits Gothitelle. It will look like Psychic. And it will not bait Bisharp. Not to mention I'd be at -1, so I don't actually KO with C-Bomb. Executor Alola maybe then? Even at -1, with a Miracle Seed, I do Oko with Woodhammer. And I wouldn't be baiting any moves, so I can, and also not Intimidate, so in that sense I can definitely bait specific things. However, that's fast. That is a fast out damage. That would bait Bisharp actually. That's actually good. That's really good. I take like quarter recoil, so I wouldn't be baiting any moves. So I could Carracosta turn 1. Have it bait explicitly close combat instead then, and Psychic Fang, so I'd be at 36. And by being at 36, I bait random between CC and Foul Play, and on the second turn I'd bait random between Low Kick, Iron Head, and maybe Sucker. Because the way I would do that is I'd switch in Loom, probably. Alternatively, I can then have that second idea of pivoting. Really? Okay. Interesting. I think the optimal way to take this down would be to have, like, the two dark types be KO'd at the same time, but That sounds hard to finagle. And besides, I don't quite know how I'm guaranteeing a bait of Bisharp that way. And the closest to a solution I would have is Torterra, probably, right? But Soft Sand. Oh, then it would knock off me. No, I don't want that. So, no item. But even if that were to happen, EQ does nothing to Scrafty. Granted, I know that I know with the moves that he's gonna click. Okay. I was hoping to see something of like a easy out against I don't know. Because the best way to probably get rid of the Bisharp is Mach Punch Breloom. And Mach Punch Breloom is not afraid of anything Scrafty does. The problem is it is afraid of the Gothitelle that would come in after. So I'd need to have something in that can Oko it cleanly. And the closest I have to maybe being able to do that would be Zoroark. Granted, I don't think anything like that would work. So I think the Masquerain lead is probably my best bet. Because I can still 2-AKO the Bisharp that way. And Masquerain is not quite that afraid of Gothitelle or Scrafty. And the only issue is that I'd bait like slightly weaker moves. But I think I can still, if I can have Caracosta come in on turn 2 and come in on like a dark move, on like 2 dark moves preferably, I might be able to handle it. I think it would need to be something slower that resists fighting, and that list is non-existent. Amoonguss actually is the only exception. And that would bait Psychic Fangs on the opposite end. And Caracosta can take the Psychic Fangs and the knockoff
or foul play. If I bring him low enough, so like 54 would be the range where it's foul play guaranteed. So I'd see foul play, and I'd see Psychic Fangs, but both at -1. But if they crit, it's 48% and 51%. Okay, so that's not an option. And he would always knock off there. I mean, there is the option of switching in Zoroark on both, I guess. He can take the foul play quite alright. Then I would get a double KO, but would be able to get a double KO, that is, but that's not quite what I want, right? It's not what I want at all, so... Especially considering the first turn, I'd rather take out the Bruxish Den, which brings in Bisharp. Even if it's Zoroark that's in, it would bait Bisharp, because Bisharp is a out damage. And I'd see like 2 fighting moves into it. Or Iron Head, which could be fine. I could bring in the Talonflame there then, or maybe Raichu. No, not Raichu. Not Raichu. I couldn't guarantee Raichu. I couldn't safely bring in Raichu. If I can single, yeah, I need to somehow single out that Gothitelle, and that's like the main thing. Especially if I can do it while Zoroark is on the field, I'll be fine. But that's some heavy pivoting I need to do. That said, I do see a way. I see a potential way to. Right, like you lead with the Moongus. Have him be at 54 HP. Because that guarantees, like, he always clicks Foul Play then. And Bruxish will always click Psychic Fangs. So I can go to Zoroark while Masquerain takes the kill on Bruxish. That will bait in Bisharp, who sees an out damage, and we'll see a kill on Zoroark. And we'll click either Iron Head or Low Kick, while the Scrafty is guaranteed to click CC. I can go to Talonflame on both of those, even if CC crits and Iron Head crits, I wouldn't be KO'd. What's the Sucker Punch AI again? Nothing different, just it sees it as a priority move, and yeah. And while I do that, I can Bug Buzz the Bisharp once. And because of the baited moves, I took, I'd be CCing. I've taken the CC and the Iron Head, or maybe low kick. And then, like, both can target both. The issue. Is it an issue, though? I don't know if it is. Is there an alternate switch in? So I'm gonna take Steel when fighting. Orbital. Orbital's honestly not a bad shout there. Orbital, because Orbital would take the CC just fine. And in fact, no, that's actually, no, that is the way to do it. No, because Sucker would throw a wrench. If it's CC and low kick, I'd basically take no damage and be good that way. But then I could see Sucker, and not to mention, the Scrafty could go after Mask then. Though if it's at -1, oh, if it's defenses, and I make sure to give a sharp beak, Air Slash would kill, but it would bait knockoff on Masquerain as the highest damaging move. But because it would bait knockoff, Masquerain could easily kill the Bisharp. And since the Scrafty's at -1, it can still knock off, so I can't really afford that. Except I kinda can. No, I honestly can't. So I need to do this itemless. I would KO the Bisharp. I could have the Orbital be a bit lower, so that it doesn't die to, like, oh, a bit lower is still too high, probably. So Iron Head and Close Combat would deal between 44-ish and... it's not even 44-ish, it's like 40 and 80. 75, right? 18, 78, 79%. I was looking at like that it'd be fighting on a steel types. It could also maybe... Who would be able to take that pretty well? I could maybe see Dreadnought take it. No, never mind. It takes way too much from the fighting moves. It really do just be Talonflame. Oh wait, no, there's maybe... Salazzle? No, CC crit into Ironhead crit would deal too much. And same just kind of goes for Orbital, so it's really just Talonflame that can come in on it. Baiting Ironhead or Low Kick and CC. It'd be 40, he'd take 88. But if he doesn't take enough damage, like if he doesn't quite take that damage, right, he would be at -1. And with him being down to like... somewhere between, I don't even know how much. I could afford a crit Sucker Punch on, but not a low kick. Besides, he would be at 45, so he'd sucker me. And what would the priority of that be again? Because it's... Let's see, cannot common scores, no. If I is dead to player mana slower, 11. Additional 11. So he'd sucker me. Sucker Masquerade at 11 priority, or CA slow kill, which is 9, so he'd always sucker there. And because of the fact that he's down to -1, Acrobatics is a kill on Talonflame. The one tiny issue is that he could maybe also sucker the Talon in the worst case scenarios. Is that true? It is true because I take like crit CC, crit Ironhead, so if he'd be at... he'd sucker me anyway. Most likely. Because I am potentially in range for a kill, and if that were to happen... To be fair, if that were to happen, that means Sucker will see a fast kill because it will be a priority move, and Scrafty will see a kill as well with Foul Play, so I'd see 2 dark moves, and I can probably switch in something on that, like Karuk. I could switch in on that to take the 2 dark moves, because one of them would not be knock. And at that point, I'd be fine, right? I can even go about it in the alternate order. Yeah, I could even go about it in the alternate order, because of the fact that I will see a foul play into Crook and only a foul play. I think I got it. I think I have it. For the very simple Pardon? There should not be a situation where Scrafty sees a kill with CC. It's a small chance, but if that were to happen... Correct. But if that were to happen, I can probably finagle my way out of it in a different way. Because that means that Talonflame will be double targeted and Scrafty would be at -1 special defense. And I can... with the sharp beak, I can guarantee that I KO Scrafty after 1 CC drop. And because Bisharp would see a sucker, yeah, I think it's these 5, and with the right ordering and like not too much bad luck, I should be fine. Especially considering that the Scrafty would be at -2. So generally speaking, I should be fine then. With just these 5, and like basically Masquerain is getting all the kills. With the exception of maybe Gothitelle, but at that point, we're fine anyway. If it's just Gothitelle. Yeah, I think I'm good, and it's still very vague, the idea in my head, but nevertheless, I think it's a very safe one. The only thing I really need to do is I need to make sure that once it's no longer first turn out, that's whatever. I need to do 2 things. I need to make sure that Krook is at, I need to make sure that I say correctly, 96. Prep. Krook at 96. Is 96 correct? I don't think it is, actually. 1 second. I had Amoonguss at 54. That would bait foul play guaranteed. Even if it's first turn out. Then Krook has to take the foul play still, so he'd actually not be at 96. Like I thought he would need to be. Instead, he needs to be at 29 higher, so 30 higher, -1, 125. To take the foul play, I bait Bisharp with Masquerain. Bait Psychic Fangs. Plus foul play. Pivot to Krook. Turn 2. In comes. I need to not leave Mask plus a Moon, but a Moon plus Mask. I Bug Buzz Bruxish for the kill. I bait Psychic Fangs and Foul Play into Moon. I pivot to Crook. And in comes Bisharp on Mask, basically. I give Crook a Soft Sand. $125, so I take 39, that'd be exactly a low kick range. So 40, that'd be at 86. I need to be a little bit lower. I need to be at 119 instead. So I can take the Foul Play and guarantee bait the CC and not the Mask target, basically, because then at 80 I guarantee a CC into Crook. And on the Bisharp end, I'd bait only low kick Iron Head. If there's a crit, he might Iron Head me, but that would be fine. We go to Talon. Pivot Talon. Mask, Bug Buzzes. Bug Buzz versus Bisharp. Talon takes CC plus low kick Iron Head, and he can take that just fine. Fast kill, what was fast kill again? 12, right? So Scrafty would be at -1/-1. And in the worst case scenario, I'd take Talon would take it to 10, would take 10 and like 18 to 28. And then preferably, yeah, the idea, okay. And in the worst case scenario, I take like 54 and 66. So 120. So I'd be at 17 HP. So let's look at both. If I'm at 17 HP against Scrafty, I bait a random move that kills me. Against Bisharp, I bait a random move that kills me, but it's a slow kill, so it's not gonna do that. It's instead gonna do Sucker into Masquerade guaranteed. That is fine, but the random move on the Scrafty end is not. Cool. Asterisk, I think. Because I'm gonna continue this a little bit. If I were to get suckered, take 80, so 108, so I am at 20%. 20%. 27 HP left. Yeah. I'd see a fake out, but even a crit would not kill me for that. And I'd have Talonflame in at probably low HP. Basically, if it sees a kill into Talon, it can target either, and that means I can get hit by both. Okay, now that's the issue. So I haven't quite solved it yet. Because I cannot guarantee that he doesn't click Iron Head. That Bishop clicks Iron Head. It's, generally speaking, likely. But it's not something I can guarantee. Especially because I needed to target the Krook slot first. There's also kind of like the option of Raichu, I guess. Raichu also dies to crit into crit. If I keep getting like bad luck. The only real answer would be Talon. And Talon also very much has the opportunity to have the... Okay, it removes the Lumberry, that doesn't quite help. I think the idea is as follows. If, and only if, there is a kill into Talonflame, for both of those, for both opponents, that means there's a Sucker Punch kill. If it's a random move kill, I'm in trouble. Then it is truly random move, though it will be very likely not in CC range for Talonflame. Right? If I were to get crit knock of CC and crit Iron Head, I would see... Right, I would see 27 HP. That was what I calced before. 66 and 54. So no, I wouldn't see 27, I'd see 17. So I'd see a random move from Bisharp, but in practice that should be Sucker Punch, right? Because Sucker Punch is a fast kill, and Knockoff and Iron Head are slow kills. Yeah, so... that would mean, like, if I get crit somehow, it means Sucker sees a fast kill. And even if I were to get max rolled, CC, if I give an Oran, will never see a kill, and it will be Foul Play that's getting clicked instead. And in that case, I can switch to Zoroark safely and kill the Bisharp in the meantime. Is that true? Not necessarily, actually. That's not necessarily true. Because I wouldn't be killing both of them. But I could instead kill the Scrafty at that point. to make sure there's no damage on the Zoroark. And then the Mask would be able to finish it off. No, but then... Because then it's Sucker turn before, so its chance to Sucker is low. But if it low kicks, I'm in trouble. Furthermore, the Signal Beam would also hurt, but it would not Signal Beam there ever, because it wouldn't see kill. And in other scenarios, that means that Sucker would not be a... In the situations where Sucker would not be a kill... And I mean, I'm assuming Zoroark would be the final mon there, but it could also be like... What would be the best choice there then, instead? Raichu Alola, maybe? To get a fast fake out. And that does... Does that threaten a kill at that point? Probably not. Unless I give it a Muscle Band, maybe. I think this works. No, cause of course it doesn't, because Bisharp would... Bisharp should click Sucker Punch, because the move has priority, and the Mon is slower. So Talonflame, at that point, should click Sucker Punch. Not Knockoff, not Iron Head, Sucker Punch only. Right? Because it will see it as a normal damaging move. It will see that it has priority and the AI is slower. So it will get a +6, so Sucker would be the killing move. So it would always click Sucker there, not random between Knockoff and Iron Head. I'm sorry, I just noticed that I didn't bring you guys back to here. That explains a bit of it. Yeah, because I think I figured it. I think this should work, but I need to double check that Sucker wouldn't work the way it does. And there's two ways of resolving this that somewhat depend on the game state. In any case, turn 1, I'd have Amoonguss and Masquerain out in that order. I'd KO the Bruxish with Bug Buzz, while the Scrafty clicks Foul Play and the Bruxish clicks Psychic Fangs. I'd switch to Crocodile on both, taking it just fine. He needs to be at 119 HP for the follow-up moves. I bait in the Bisharp with Masquerain, because Masquerain does not outdamage the Bisharp thanks to the item, because Knockoff will then outdamage. Whereas Gothitelle just straight up does not outdamage me. Yes. Yeah, that is correct. So that would outdamage me, so it would always be Bishop that comes in on Masquerade. So, yeah, then Crook baits low kick or Iron Head, but hopefully only low kick. No, oh no, that was the point, because I was gonna soft sand this to always bait Sucker. That was the idea. So I bait Sucker, and I bait CC. I only take a CC. And thus, Talon is pretty healthy. And the Bisharp would be quite low. He would also have Sucker the last turn. And at that point, the Masquerade would KO the Bisharp while being at 1 full HP. And in the meantime, Talon baits the foul play. I switch to Zoroark. Except I would not be handling the Gothitelle at that point. And because he clicks Knock or Foul Play specifically, I cannot bring in Raichu. And that's my only fake out Mon. Problem is then that Zoroark would die to Foul Play, but there's also the fact that instead Bisharp would sucker the Masquerade, guaranteed, because Talon is too high HP. And it's a 50-50 to do that. It is not quite a relevant 50-50, but it's a 50-50. Masquerade KOs the Bisharp before it becomes too much of a problem. And Talonflame also KOs the Scrafty with Acrobatics. And then we only have the Gothitelle left coming in. And Masquerade will be above Fake Out percentage. And so would the Talonflame. Because there's always a higher priority on Masquerade as opposed to on Talonflame. Is that generally true? There is a chance that I crit the Bug Buzz, and that isn't true. That I can be suckered on Talonflame. But I would have taken that CC. And generally speaking, if that were to happen, it means I got not crit. If I got crit by the CC, and I would get crit by the sucker, and I'd lose the 50-50. Unless he sees a kill on Talon, but that's never going to happen. So it would mean that I crit with Bug Buzz, but I can even make sure that that's not an issue, but then the high roll of Bug Buzz means he's in Acrobatics range. There's also the fact that I could lower his special defense, giving him the Defiant boost. Oops, sorry about that. There's a better way then. Then there's a better way, and that involves using Zoro. Because what you do instead then is the turn that, like, Bishop comes in, and on that turn, rather than a single pivot, you do a dual pivot, and Talon takes the CC, and at -1 defense, acrobatics will kill. And in the same vein, the arc slot would not be targeted. And if it were, I can flamethrower, like, and then afterwards I can flamethrower. And then I can handle the Gothhotel with Arcanine plus Talonflame. Because I can roost off with Talonflame to get myself at high HP, and Arcanine can just kind of crunch for a while. I'll give it the Chesto as insurance, and Crunch is a 2 KO, and the Acrobatics is good support. And I'll handle it from there. Yeah, this works. I know for a fact this works. Okay. So let's get the team. It's these, and that's it. I need. No, I'm missing someone. Who am I missing? Amoonguss I'm missing. So we want to lead Amoonguss, Viola, Clay's in the back, Faulkner's in the back, Hamilton's in the back. And we take it from there. I'll bring Grant as like insurance. And we want a Soft Sand on Crocodile. I'm battle ready, by the way, so let me do that. I want the Soft Sand here. I want... I don't need an item on you. I want a Chesto on you. And Grant... If things go alright, Grant isn't there, but I think I should be fine. So, the idea. I'm gonna walk myself through one more time to be sure. We lead Amoonguss, Masquerain in that order. Amoonguss is at 54 HP to bait the Psychic Fangs and the Foul Play. Krook comes in on the Foul Play and the Psychic Fangs, while Masquerain KOs. Gets a clean KO on the Bruxish. Masquerain specifically baits the Bisharp. And in the meantime, Krook is also in. Is 119 correct? And 80. 119 is correct. Okay, yes. Krook needs to be at 119 HP. That 119 HP means that even after the min roll for Foul Play, Scrafty sees a kill with CC. Crocodile will be holding a soft sand. That soft sand is there to guarantee that Crook is... That soft sand is not necessary, but Crook will be then in, and Bisharp will see that Crook can kill it, and therefore click Sucker Punch on Crocodile. I switch out the Masquerain into Arcanine, and the Crocodile into Talonflame. Talonflame takes a close combat from Scrafty, and the Sucker, or like the non-existent Sucker, from the Bisharp. From there, Bisharp is 50-50 to Sucker again, doesn't really matter. Arcanine, Flamethrower is the Bisharp for kill. Talonflame, Acrobatics, the Scrafty for kill. Both outspeed and KO. Because of the fact that Bisharp does not see a KO on Talonflame in every situation, it will never sucker Talonflame, it will only ever sucker the Arcanine. And it will never sucker the Talonflame. So I'm safe to bring it in, and will never be KO'd by the sucker. Even a crit close combat will not put me in range of a Sucker Punch. Finally, because those two were KO'd simultaneously, I'll only have the Gothitelle to worry about. He might fake out turn 1. As insurance, I'll probably Roost with Talonflame, while I Crunch with Arcanine. And then the combination of... Actually, no, I will not. I will just Acrobatics and Crunch 2 turns in a row, and that should KO the Gothitelle. Even if I'm in range for the Psychic... Oh, there's a chance that he clicks Psychic on me. So if I somehow get in... No, I will because I'll never get in Psychic range. For the same reason I'm never in Sucker range, I'm never in Psychic range either. So I'll at most be at like 60%, and then Psychic is never clicked. Right? There's like a tiny overlap. And I have to explicitly be at 52%. And then it's like a 3% chance. If that happens, I'll look how to fix it then. But those two will be finishing off the Gothitelle in quick enough time, basically. Yes, this works. Okay, so now it's time to prep, which means we need to start with damaging Amoonguss, and Crook will do after. Let's go. Murkrow. I'll just like Giga Drain or something. It's good. Oh, that's disappointing. I'll do another Giga Drain. Okay. I'm just gonna Energy Ball this time. 120. Okay, I need to make sure that that doesn't just outright kill me at this point. Houndoom at level 32 knows the moves. Most relevant one for me is Flame Burst. Okay. Houndoom at 32. Modest. Flame Burst. I will never die to this, so I can just kind of take whatever. Okay, now I might die to this, so we'll switch out to Grant and Aqua Jet just to get rid of it. And we're gonna continue. Skorupi, okay. Toxic. $79, a little more. Murkrow. Level 32, I saw Pluck. On a crit that deals 66, so I'm fine. 41, that's... I think that's fine range. I need to double check that, but... I'll double check if that is fine range. Gothitelle. In terms of moves used by Scrafty, 33 would be the first threshold where it's be an issue, 41, so that's not an issue. And the Bruxish, no way in hell it makes any difference. So Janine is in the right HP amount. So now it's time for Clay, who needs a lot less damage. So we're gonna put the repellent back on. And we're just gonna... Wait, what item did he have? What item did I give him? Don't tell me that was a soft sand. It was... Oh no. No, 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 no. We're not gonna have that. No, I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. Okay, well, I kind of have to. 119, so one more. 115. Sure. Okay. I'm gonna fix that real quick. Let's see. I would need to get... How do I add it? Add it back in. Let's quickly see if I can get it back. Because that is just poor prep on my part, and I don't want to count that. Like, that was so dumb on my end. So supposedly, with this code, I should be able to get... No, okay, what? Let's see. paste the code. Yeah, but then... One second. Let's see. Okay, I need to ask this because I don't know. Also, there's probably other ways to do it. Maybe like a non-cheaty way to do it. Maybe something can hold the soft sand, like, oh, Trapinch could. For example, so I'll try, maybe that works instead, so I look for that instead, or maybe Stunfisks. I don't want to, if I can... Can just kind of dodge using hacks I prefer to, you know? Okay, I just kind of need to find Stunfisks then. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Let's go. Because Stunfisks can be fished up. And they won't count as my encounters. They're just there to, like, regain the soft sand, right? So I'll go with my catching double. I need to deliberately not box those two. I am fine boxing Viola. And now we're just gonna try and get some Stunfisks on the adjacent route. Because over here, on Route 117, I can fish them up. So if I can just kinda... I'm just gonna try and look for Stunfisks and see if I can get my soft sand back that way. Let's go, come on, show me the right mon, please. Still not it. Okay. That's the one I want. We're gonna yawn it, super fang it, and we're gonna throw some nest balls, because those will be useless in due time. That Stunfisk is not gonna count. Once again, it's just there to regain the item I should not have lost there. Let's see if that worked. Not yet, so we're gonna release it. And we're gonna keep going. Alright, come on, show me another. Keep it up, keep it up. We're just gonna keep speeding through. And Dynamo. Stunfisk, number 2. Okay. Then we're just gonna go back to Nana. Yawn it. Super Fang it. Catch it. There we go. I'm just gonna call him Sand real quick for the confirmation. And I'm gonna try, I'm gonna do one more. Just find one more in general. This part just kind of does not count for me. There we go. Nana. Yawn. Super Fang. Okay, just gonna try and catch it. Okay, well then we're gonna go to Berg and catch it like that. Come on! Get in the ball. Please. There we go. And we're gonna quickly run it back, see if we have it now. We have it back. Nope. Then I'm gonna be annoying and I'm gonna use my save state from before. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna try and find a way to hack it in. I'll do that after the stream because I'm just gonna do this one battle and then we're gonna be done. Because my team is mostly ready with the exception of Clay. That is not something I want to risk. That is not something that's going to be useful. That is fine. 119, that's fine. Then we're there. Was 111 actually making a difference in terms of like potential move changes? I don't think so, actually. No, it wouldn't have. So we're ready to go. And here we are. And that's not quite correct yet. So we're just gonna go back. Come on, 92 is a bit too low, but I have potions, so I can put it at 112. That's fine. Potion. 112. There we go. And now we're gonna do the right lead, which is Janine and Viola. In that order. Repellent is on. And we're gonna go to the next fight, which is that's the twins over there. So the plan here is a bunch of pivots, culminating in Hamilton and Faulkner taking the final kills, Viola taking a few. Yeah, and we're good to go. Let's go. Both of us, we collect ashes. We battle Pokemon too. Tori and Tia. They have a Scrafty and they have a Bruxish. So, at the current HP amount that Janine is at, after the Intimidate happens. And the Intimidate happens on our end as well. Doesn't really matter. I will first show off the HP. At the current HP of Janine, Scrafty is going to click Foul Play into Janine, and the Bruxish will be clicking Psychic Fangs. Clay can take both and continue the line of baits. In the meantime, Viola takes a kill on Bruxish. A second Intimidate has hit the Scrafty. And we explicitly needed this What? That is bad. That is not good. It's hopefully not going to be too big of a... What? That is not at all what... What? Why? Masquerade outdamages Gothitelle. And it doesn't outdamage... It does because I forgot to give an item to Viola. Oh my god. Okay, so I think the best way to handle this would be to crunch the Gothitelle and air slash the Scrafty and hope for a flinch on Scrafty. Or just a crit or whatever, and have it be done with. So I don't see like a CC into Clay. Clay can take one, but I prefer to just not need to. Whew! Oh no, that was... What? Oh yeah, because it could... That is definitely something that could have happened. Okay, sure, whatever. So... Crocodile Crunch doesn't quite kill the Gothitelle. And the Signal Beam from Gothitelle on a crit has a chance to KO me now. I don't think I have much of a choice. I just kind of need to... I need to take out one of these, and I don't quite know which of the two is better. I think it's better to get rid of the Gothitelle here. Yeah, it should be... No, it's not. No, it's not. Because of the simple fact that... I want to make sure that air slash kills her, actually. What's the HP on the Scrafty? I have a ruler for it. 65%, so I cannot guarantee it. I can only guarantee it if I double target. Okay, the best way to do that double target is a rock slide for a little bit of chip. And maybe a flinch to Gothitelle. Rock Slide would do very minimal damage, but enough, right? Because it deals 60, it's at 65. It deals only like 5%, but the air slash would do enough then to guarantee kill. I'm gonna do it that way. I think that's the safest I can do it. Is that true? I don't know if it is. I don't think it is, actually, no. I need to dodge a crit in any case. Right? Either I need to dodge a crit on... I need to dodge a crit on Clay from the Signal Beam or from the CC. One way or another, that's what's gonna happen. So what I probably should do instead is I'm gonna crunch the Gothitelle, and I will Struggle Bug, I think, is probably the best line of play there. To do a bit of chip against the Scrafty. Or does Struggle Bug also target? No, it doesn't. So I'll Struggle Bug. alongside it. That means I guarantee kill the Gothitelle, and if Scrafty doesn't crit me, I'm fine, or if he targets Viola, I'm fine. Sure. There was a slightly better line of play there, and that is... No, and I very much goofed this. I should have air slashed. Because if I air slash the Gothitelle, not only am I not killing now, which, okay, that's not the biggest deal. Okay. Okay, don't crit. We're good. We are good. We've averted the crisis. Yeah, we fully averted the crisis now. We rock slide and we air slash for the kill. Oof. I forgot about my turn order. If I'd not forgotten about my turn order, I would have been safer. But I'm still safe now. Okay. That was chaos. Then you notice what 2 small errors do. Okay, so Clay is dead to a Sucker Punch crit. And beyond that, wait, no, I have the wrong one. It's not dead to Sucker Punch crit. And I outspeed, and High Horsepower is a range to kill. But because of the fact that I am in a range to kill, it's basically guaranteed to Sucker Punch there into Crook. And it's specifically into Crook unless there's a fast kill on Viola. Is there a fast kill on Viola? Yes. I'm at 65 HP. And Sucker is priority, so we will see a fast kill with Sucker, most likely. And therefore I'm going to do a double switch. I'm going to go into... Faulkner on Clay, because if he does something there, it's low kick. And if he does anything against Viola, it's random between Iron Head, Knockoff, and Sucker. But never low kick, so Grant can come in. Grant being a backup is so crucial here. Okay, that's good. That means he suckered last turn. And against these two, he's either low kicking Caracosta or using Sucker or Knockoff against Faulkner. And Faulkner can take it, so he can acrobatics pretty safely. And Grant cannot switch actually, so I'm gonna click Protect on Grant real quick. Okay, that's fine. I could just kind of whittle it down, right? I'm gonna Roost with Faulkner. And I'm gonna Aqua Jet with Grant. Okay, he's gonna low kick on Grant now, probably. But that will mean he sees a kill against it. He clicks Knockoff into Faulkner, that's fine too. I could just kind of stall. That means he didn't Sucker Punch last turn, and that means he's gonna either Sucker Faulkner or low kick Grant. And Grant can take one low kick at this HP amount. Yeah, a crit will never kill here, so I can Aqua Jet safely. Perfect. I'm also running it out of Sucker Punches right now, which is good. And I'm slowly whittling it down. And now that Faulkner's at full HP, I can Acrobatics again, and I can Aqua Jet. Since Since low kick cannot kill, I think this is enough. Jesus. Well, that was definitely not what I did. But I think in general, it is time to cut off the stream. But that was not the way I wanted to cut it off. I'll redo that fight at the start of the next stream, or like a little bit of off-stream shenanigans or whatever. But for now, I think this is a good place to cut it. And I thank you all for your time. I thank you all for your attention. And until next time, see you around. Bye.